Chapter 800. A moment later, a secluded place appeared in Yang Kai's perception. Yang Kai rushed towards it, and with the help of his void force, his vision blurred. By the time he regained his senses, he was already in the clear sky. In front of him was the blue stone engraved with the two characters Holy Tomb of Nine Heavens Holy Land. After entering from here, Yang Kai returned to the same place. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately restrained his aura and quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. He didn't know how long he had been in the Holy Tomb, but he estimated it had not been short. There was no one in front of the blue stone at this moment, so Su Hui and the others had obviously dispersed. This was a good time for him to secretly leave. As long as he left Nine Heavens Holy Land, he would be like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. Even if Su Hui had heaven-defying skills, he would never be able to bring him back. However, after investigating his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. The entire Nine Heavens Holy Land was a mess, as if a great battle had just taken place. Everywhere he looked, he could see messy battlefields. Most of the houses between the 9 peaks had been reduced to rubble. A faint smell of blood filled the air, and the faint cries of many people could be heard vaguely echoing in his ears. A familiar life aura came to a stop not too far away, seemingly having discovered his existence, causing it to suddenly become unstable. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to meet Enling's pair of beautiful eyes. This saintess, who symbolized nobility and purity, had a blue handkerchief wrapped around her head at this moment, and her white dress was stained with dust and blood, as if she had just returned from somewhere. When she saw Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and disbelief as she froze in place. Opening her mouth, Enling didn't even have time to call out before Yang Kai disappeared and reappeared in front of her in the next moment, covering her mouth. No matter how she struggled, she was unable to break free, leading her directly to a remote pavilion. "Don't shout. I'll let you go," Yang Kai whispered. And Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint trace of panic. Hearing this, she quickly nodded. Only then did Yang Kai release her. He chuckled and distanced himself from her, lest she misunderstand that he was going to silence her. "You're out." And Ling looked around and asked in a soft voice. Yang Kai gently nodded. "I just came out." "You really did come out." And Ling pursed her red lips as a sense of relief appeared on her face. She had been worried about Yang Kai's safety all this time. Now that she saw him return safely, a huge rock in her heart instantly fell to the ground, making her feel much more relaxed. For Yang Kai to be forced into the Holy Tomb, Enling had always felt that she had to bear a large part of the responsibility. Every time she thought about it, she would blame herself incessantly, causing her to become even thinner. Now she was finally at ease. "It's good that you came out." And Ling gently patted her chest. "Since you're out, you should hurry up and leave before the Great Elder and the others discover you." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he glanced at her and asked in surprise, "You're willing to let me go?" And Ling showed a bitter smile. "It's not like I didn't know you didn't want to come here. Leaving you here will only annoy you, so why bother? It's better to let you go." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He stared at her gratefully. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you were discovered, you wouldn't be able to leave." And Ling frowned. "I just found you to be very beautiful." Yang Kai flattered. And Ling blushed and angrily said, "Don't be such a smooth talker. I already knew you weren't a good person, so don't think you can win my favor like this." Yang Kai laughed dryly before his expression became serious and he cupped his fists. "Then we'll part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. And go quickly, head south. The Great Elder and the others are all in the north." And Ling urged. Yang Kai nodded lightly, identified the direction, and quietly headed north. Not long after Yang Kai left, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Enling, like a ghost. "Ah, Elder Yuing." Enling was startled and covered her mouth in shock. Yuing stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, sighed softly, and said faintly, letting him go like this, "Are you really willing? Did you see it?" And Ling Er's expression became a little awkward. She didn't know when Yuing had been following her, but from the tone of her voice, it was clear she had seen everything just now. "I only saw him leave in a hurry, without the slightest reluctance. There's nothing here for him to miss," and Ling Er forced a smile. "What about you? You've been worried about him, you've been with him through thick and thin for so long, yet he doesn't feel any affection for you. Don't you feel even the slightest bit of affection for him?" Yuing looked at Enling indifferently. Enling gently shook her head. "Although he is a hateful person, I don't think I deserve him. Speaking of which, I really don't feel much for him. It's better to be friends. And it is undeniable that following him always gives me a sense of security, making me mistakenly feel that I am younger than him and will always be protected. Moreover, now that the Holy Land has become like this, I don't want to implicate him. Elder Yuing, don't mention this matter to the Great Elder, okay? We'll just pretend he's dead." Yu Ying's brow furrowed, seemingly considering it. And Ling quickly hugged one of Yu Ying's arms and begged her coquettishly. Unable to bear Ling Er's coaxing, Yuing smiled bitterly and rubbed her forehead. All right, I won't say it. I won't say it, I didn't see anything today. Ling you must have been tired for the past few days, so you should go back and rest. We will take care of things outside so you don't need to worry. The Holy Land can only place its hopes on you now. You have all the secret arts the Saintess needs to cultivate, so if my Holy Land can survive this time, the next generation of Saintess will depend on you." Seeing her agree, and Ling was overjoyed. However, when they thought of the Holy Land's current tragic situation, the eyes of the two women dimmed. Whether they could survive this disaster was another matter altogether, and no one knew what the future would be like. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before everyone died here, otherwise, Yuing wouldn't have agreed to Enling Er's request so easily. Elder Yuing really is easy to talk to. A faint voice suddenly resounded around the corner of the pavilion, drifting erratically, making it impossible for anyone to guess the location of the speaker. Yu Ying's beautiful face paled as she quickly condensed her yuan qi and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as her voice fell, a figure emerged from the side and looked at them with a smile. "Flickering heavenly shadow." And Ling shouted, instantly recognizing that this was one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. It was an extremely wonderful movement skill, and whether it was used to fight enemies or to escape. Startled, she stared at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Why didn't you leave?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Yuing intentionally or unintentionally. When he left just now, he noticed that this woman was following Enling so to be on the safe side, he decided to conceal himself and monitor them, but he didn't expect to hear the conversation between the two women, which made him feel that it would be a bit unkind to just leave like this. "How did you manage to hide from my divine sense? I clearly noticed that you had already left. When did you come back?" Yuing stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of disbelief flashing across her beautiful eyes. She was a first-order saint, yet Yang Kai was able to silently approach her. If it weren't for Yang Kai not showing any hostility, she would likely be a corpse right now. Considering all this, Yu Ying's tender body broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing that this person they regarded as the future Holy Master was somewhat unfathomable. "Why are you so nervous? I don't want to do anything to you." Yang Kai grinned but didn't answer Yu Ying's question, instead solemnly saying, "I've been quite concerned since a moment ago. What's wrong with your 9 heavens Holy Land? And Ling opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Ying suddenly said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you, right? If you don't want to inherit the position of Holy Master, what's the point of asking this?" Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, feeling somewhat inexplicable. When this beautiful woman saw him last time, her attitude was quite respectful, but this time, it was as if she had just met an enemy, clearly rejecting him. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to bicker with her and simply smiled faintly. "If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. Farewell." Saying so, he turned around and left. "Don't go." Ying suddenly shouted again. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at her impatiently. Ying's expression was both complicated and awkward, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, I'll tell you." "Sorry, I don't want to know. The more I know, the more trouble there will be." "You?" Ying stared at him in amazement, her face turning blue with regret. "How can you be like this?" He was like a scoundrel. Where was the dignity and bearing of a holy lord? Didn't he enter the holy tomb? Why was he still acting like this? It stood to reason that those who entered the holy tomb and then came out would regard the Holy Land as their home. Ying couldn't understand. Seeing the depressed look on this beautiful woman's face, Yang Kai was in a good mood and sat down directly on a stool in the corner pavilion, turning to Ling and saying, "Tell me about it." And Ling secretly glanced over at Elder Ying and found that the latter was glaring at Yang Kai like she wanted to eat him alive, as if she couldn't wait to skin him alive. And Ling couldn't help laughing, pursing her lips for a moment before saying, "Why do you want to know? You know very well that once you know, you'll get into trouble. You just made the situation sound so serious. Of course I want to know. Who told you to say we're friends?" "I rarely have friends," Yang Kai said seriously. And Ling couldn't help feeling moved, staring at him for a moment before smiling meaningfully. "That Go Che will definitely regret not treating you with sincerity in the future." "He will," Yang Kai grinned confidently. Chapter 801. If An Ling had begged him to stay when she discovered him, Yang Kai would have simply left without hesitation. But she had actually asked him to leave. This was obviously for his own good. Since An Ling was so considerate, Yang Kai couldn't just walk away like this. Something big must have happened to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Seeing Yang Kai take the initiative to stay, An Ling was particularly happy and quickly explained what had happened after he entered the holy tomb. Yang Kai then learned that it had been 9 months since he entered the holy tomb. The first half of the year was peaceful. But one day, nearly half a year later, the spirit arrays arranged around the 9 peaks suddenly lost their effectiveness, catching all the Holy Land's elders and protectors off guard. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the cause, let alone repair or restart the spirit arrays. Just as everyone was at a loss, Saintess Nan, who noticed the disappearance of the spirit arrays and barriers, attacked the Holy Land. Everyone worked together to resist, and although they succeeded in forcing Saintess Nan to retreat, the Holy Land's foundations were destroyed and many of its disciples were injured or killed. At this time, foreign enemies invaded. Foreign enemies? Yang Kai was surprised. "And, although my Holy Land has been strong these past few years, which great force doesn't have enemies? When the old Holy Master was alive, we were able to deter them, but the old Holy Master has been dead for almost 2 years now and the new Holy Master has yet to succeed, allowing them to see an opportunity. My Holy Land's 9 peaks are an excellent place to cultivate, so many people are coveting them. Isn't that just throwing stones at someone who's down?" Yang Kai sneered softly. "Yes." And Ling nodded, her expression sad. "It's not all their fault. When the old Holy Master was alive, his methods were too harsh, causing them to feel resentment, that's not all. A trivial few small forces aren't enough to put in my Holy Land's eyes, but... Ying continued, her brow furrowing as she lamented, but Saintess Nan has been stirring up so much trouble outside, causing several great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to gather a large number of masters to demand an explanation from my Holy Land. Those experts either harmed Saintess Nan's interests, or had their families and friends killed by Saintess Nan. They all view our Holy Land as a thorn in their side. When it rains, it pours, but when it rains the night, the boat is late enough to meet the headwind. Yang Kai frowned, finally understanding why Nine Heaven's Holy Land was in such a miserable state. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land's barrier and spirit array had failed nearly half a year ago. At that time, Yang Kai happened to obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring. Could it be related to this? Yang Kai guessed, but he wasn't sure. Half a month ago, those people came again and cursed us, asking us to hand over the sage nun. But after the battle half a year ago, Saintess Nan was injured and fled far away. No one knows where she went. How can we find her? The great long chalk elder spoke to them for a while, but it was to no avail. Those few powers who coveted my 9 peaks fanned the flames and started fighting. Both sides suffered casualties and this enmity grew deeper and deeper. Now it seems that no matter what, it can't be resolved. Sigh. What kind of forces came here to stir up trouble? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Naturally, the leaders were 3 nearby forces, Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. A look of disgust and hatred appeared on Yu Ying's pretty face. These 3 forces are the main culprits. If it was just one of them, even if my Holy Land's Yuan chiefs suffered heavy losses, we wouldn't have put them in our eyes, but they also gathered many powerful masters from other forces, sects, and families. After that battle, my Holy Land became enemies with almost half of the world. Is the situation really that bad? Yang Kai was also taken aback. However, thinking about Saintess Nan's actions outside during this time, it made sense. Saintess Nan killed wherever she went, causing countless deaths and injuries to her subordinates. Naturally, she was a huge hidden danger to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. As a second-order saint, her strength was profound, her cultivation was profound, and her divine technique was immeasurable. Only third-order saints could deal with her. In this world, there weren't many masters of this level. Even Yang Kai didn't know if Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Ling Shao was a master of this level. It's far worse than you think. Yu Ying's face was cold and harsh. These 3 forces don't just covet the foundations of my 9 peaks, they covet Ling, at the most. Saying so, she shot a meaningful glance towards Ling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. They want to arrange for one of their sect's disciples to marry your saintess in order to obtain your Holy Master's inheritance, right? Once they obtained the Holy Master's inheritance, they would soar to the heavens. This was a huge fortune that they could not obtain even if they struggled for hundreds of years. Indeed. Ying nodded firmly. Half a month ago, when they retreated, they said that we had 1 month to hand over Saintess Nan or they would raze our 9 peaks to the ground. However, that night, Great Chalk Elder received a secret letter stating that if we couldn't hand over the previous generation Saintess, we could use the current generation Saintess to offset it. Such calculations. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the shamelessness of these people, hesitating for a moment before asking, "So you're just going to sit here and wait for death?" Yu Ying's beautiful eyes dimmed. What else can we do? The world is so big, and we have no place to go. There's still half a month's time. Great Chang Elder Chalk can only hope to persuade those forces that have been implicated to retreat on their own accord. If there are only 3 forces left, they won't be able to make any waves. When my Holy Land recovers, we will settle accounts with them one by one. Your old holy master really did a great deal of harm. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Why didn't he treat them better when they were alive? You can't blame them for coming to cause trouble. Hey, whose side are you on? Ying glared at Yang Kai with some displeasure. I'm just telling the truth. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When the old holy lord was still alive, although his methods were a little more forceful, and every year he would make them offer some cultivation resources, it was precisely because of the old holy lord's protection that these three forces have always been safe and sound. And Ling He explained, now they have chosen to repay kindness with enmity. They are really ungrateful wolves. What do you mean? How did your old holy master protect them? Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. Didn't I tell you? Our holy land is located at the edge of the human territory, just past the towering mountain. The beast sea jungle on the other side is the territory of the monster race. If it weren't for the old holy master, the monster race great senior would have already led his people here and occupied this territory. Monster race? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, is that the monster race's territory? Then why haven't they taken this opportunity to attack us? With the old holy master dead, it was reasonable to say that the monster race should be the ones to make the first move. There was a blood feud between the human race, monster race, and demon race, so none of them could stand the other. With such a great opportunity, the monster race had no reason to miss it. Yang Kai was keenly aware that there should be some inside story behind this, perhaps some unknown secret. And Ling He glanced at Ying, seemingly asking for her opinion. Ying's pretty face showed a complicated expression as she pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. And Ling He then whispered, the old holy master seems to have some friendship with the monster race great senior over there. This is probably one of the reasons why they didn't attack us. Oh. Yang Kai showed a look of interest as he sneered and said sarcastically, so it seems the monster race is more humane. The monster race great senior is certainly not weak. We haven't seen him, but he shouldn't be weak, Ying nodded. That's the specific situation. After Ling He said so, she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Ying also looked at him with a very nervous expression, fearing that he would simply walk away after learning about such a big trouble. If that were the case, Ying would really cry. Since Yang Kai could safely emerge from the holy tomb, he must have passed the test. Now, he was completely equivalent to the holy master of the Holy Land. With such a person presiding over the Holy Land, the mood of the disciples could be stabilized and it would be more convenient for them to arrange their affairs. With two beautiful women, one young and one young, staring at him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless and quickly asked, "Where is Su Hui?" Hearing him ask this, whether it was in Ling or Ying, both of their beautiful eyes brightened, Ying quickly saying, "I'll take you to him." As he spoke, he led the way with a smile on his face. Yang Kai and Ling followed closely behind. Are you going to become the holy master of the Holy Land? And Ling suddenly asked softly. I didn't say that, don't misunderstand. It's just that right now. I'll do whatever I can. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you resolve this disaster, but I can only say I'll do my best. If your holy land is really destroyed because of this disaster, at least you won't blame me. That's good, and Ling smiled, you're not bad, we really are friends, right? And Yang Kai grinned wickedly, so don't fall in love with me, if you do then I'll leave and we won't even be friends. Don't be so full of yourself. And Ling cheeks flushed red as she couldn't help hitting Yang Kai affectionately, gritting her teeth as she said, do you really think all women in the world are attracted to you? Although you're a good person, you're not my type. What kind of man do you like? Yang Kai was stunned. Someone older than me, tall and strong, someone who knows how to take care of others. And Ling her suddenly fell into a fantasy, her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness and happiness. You really don't have good eyesight. Yang Kai kept shaking his head, a look of arrogance appearing on his face, causing Ling to giggle. Along the way, there were broken fences and dilapidated walls. The ground was full of bloodstains and traces of battle. The Holy Land disciples who were busy seeing Yu Ying and Ling all bowed respectfully, but when they saw Yang Kai walking side by side with Ling, all of them showed dumbfounded expressions, none of them daring to believe their eyes. Up ahead, Su Hui was busy arranging for people to work when Yu Ying called out to him with a smile. Su Hui turned his head and was about to respond when his eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 802. In front of a certain ruin, Su Hui stared at Yang Kai in a daze, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Beside him, Shi Kun, Qing Yutong, and the others also wore similar expressions. Don't be so surprised, did you think I had died inside? Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui finally recovered and a look of joy appeared on his face, his body trembling slightly as he cupped his fists. Welcome, Holy Master. Welcome, Holy Master. Shi Kun, Qing Yutong, and the others also quickly repeated, their expressions respectful. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai appear was equivalent to seeing hope, the haze on their faces being swept away. Even the nearby Holy Land disciples all gathered around and stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at their savior. Yang Kai frowned and raised his hand, don't call me that, I've heard the general situation from Elder Yu Ying and Ling. Is there anything I can help with here? If there is, feel free to tell me, if I can do it, I will do my best to help. Su Hui stared blankly for a moment before immediately understanding Yang Kai's meaning, not wanting to annoy him any further, politely saying, I wouldn't dare, the matters here are trivial. Pacifying the mood of the disciples and treating the injured is not something you need to intervene in. Saying so, Su Hui's eyes wandered over Yang Kai's hand, but after a moment, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Are you looking for this? Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out the Holy Master Spirit Ring. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the simple and unadorned ring with burning eyes. Su Hui nodded repeatedly, his face filled with excitement. Little brother, you really brought out the Holy Master Spirit Ring. Yang Kai nodded lightly and put the ring on his finger in front of everyone, leisurely saying, I wanted to give this ring to you when I came out, but there was an accident. Before I reach the Saint Realm, this ring will be kept by me and will be returned to you when the time comes. Yang Kai estimated that when he reached the Saint Realm, he would be able to remove the connection between him and this ring and remove his soul brand from it. It's fine, this spirit ring belongs to you, you can wear it for as long as you want, Su Hui smiled, the other elders and protectors also nodding. But, with the Holy Master Spirit Ring, things will be much easier. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, this old master has a few things he wants to ask you for your help. Great elder, please speak, Yang Kai nodded. Many of the disciples have been injured, so we don't have enough medicinal pills and herbs for healing. Little brother, please follow me to the storehouse and take some things out. You lead the way. Su Hui quickly nodded, exhorting the other protectors and elders before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. After they left, the protectors and elders all showed shocked expressions. He really came out of the holy tomb 9 months ago, how did he do it? Shi Kun shook his head, unable to understand. Isn't this already breaking the record recorded in the history books? If I remember correctly, the previous holy master who took the longest only took 2 months to do so. Taking so long to pass the test, this holy master isn't very good, did we overestimate him? It doesn't matter, the most important thing now is that the holy master's spirit ring was brought out, so the Nine Peaks spirit array and barrier can be reactivated to prevent those people from invading. Everyone was talking at once, and only Yu Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with extremely complicated emotions. She still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had managed to deceive her perception and silently appear beside her just now. Even with the help of the Nine Heavens' divine skills, if his own spiritual energy wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Have I underestimated him, or have I overestimated him? Yu Ying, what's wrong? Qing Yutong saw her somewhat absent-minded and quickly leaned over to ask. It's nothing, I just feel that this future Holy Master is different from others. How is he different? Qing Yutong suddenly became interested. I can't explain it clearly. Yu Ying slowly shook her head, suddenly turning to the side and shouting, What are you looking at? Don't you have anything else to do? The disciples who had gathered here all seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly scattered to continue with their work. However, the news that the new Holy Master had come out of seclusion and had successfully passed the Holy Tombs test still spread like wildfire. All the Holy Land disciples who heard this news were excited, feeling that there was hope for the Holy Land. In front of the underground storehouse, Yang Kai and Su Hui came to a stop. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai found that this storehouse was made of some kind of unknown material. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. On top of that, the texture of the material surrounding the storehouse was extremely hard and solid. On the way here, Su Hui had briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. The materials collected by Nine Heavens' Holy Land were generally stored in this storehouse. After so many years, the amount of materials stored in this storehouse had become innumerable. Since the fall of the old Holy Master, this storehouse had never been opened. After nearly 2 years, there weren't many materials left in the Holy Land, and after this disaster, all of them had been completely exhausted. Many of the injured disciples didn't even have healing pills to take, let alone cultivation pills. As such, the top priority now was to quickly open this storehouse and take out the materials inside. The only key to opening this storehouse was the Holy Master's spirit ring that Yang Kai had brought out. Following Su Hui's instructions, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into the Holy Master's spirit ring and placed the ring on his finger into a groove in the center of the storehouse's door. With a flash of light, the impregnable door slowly opened. A huge underground warehouse suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This warehouse was filled with all kinds of materials, herbs for alchemy, rare stones for artifact refining, pills and artifacts that had long since been refined. There were simply too many to count. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, and he was horrified. After all, this was the storehouse of a great force, the richness of its heritage far exceeded Yang Kai's imagination. Little brother, take a look around yourself. If you need anything, feel free to take it. I'll call some disciples over to help transport the materials. Su Hui informed Yang Kai before leaving. Immediately, Kai Yang rejoiced and began to wander about. There were countless kinds of materials here, enough to supply at least tens of thousands of people. No wonder the 3 nearby forces had taken the risk to attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Without even mentioning the fact that the 9 peaks were an excellent place for cultivation, the materials here were enough to make anyone's eyes go red. In this world, everyone came for profit, everyone went for profit, this was an immutable truth. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest hesitation, taking all the alchemy materials into his black book space in case he needed them. His alchemy skills still needed to be improved. Although he could now refine Saint-grade low-rank pills, he still wasn't skilled enough. Only by refining Saint-grade mid-rank pills could he go to the endless snow mountain range to find Coffin Slave and enter the mysterious small world to lift the shackles of the ancient demon clan. Compared with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai valued the strength of Li Rong and Han Fei more. More or less because of the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai didn't want to have much to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The human and demon clans couldn't coexist, so if he were to become both the Holy Master and the leader of the ancient demon clan, these two forces would likely clash and Yang Kai would be caught in the middle. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai collected a large number of herbs and even the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill Li Rong had asked him to. At this point, all the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill had been collected. Yang Kai was in a good mood and felt that this trip was worth it, collecting some more crystal stones for cultivation before stopping. Su Hui was also busy, filling his universe bag with supplies and handing them to the disciples waiting outside so they could deliver them to the alchemists inside the Holy Land. After half a day, the bustle gradually subsided. "Little brother, don't you need to find something?" Su Hui saw that Yang Kai was empty-handed and didn't even have a universe bag on him, so he couldn't help but misunderstand. However, Su Hui was keenly aware that there were a lot fewer things in the storehouse, especially the alchemy materials, causing him to be puzzled. "No need," Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Then let's go out. If you want, you can come here at any time." Su Hui chuckled and left the storehouse without saying anything more. Su Hui then said, "I'll have to ask little brother to come with me to open the 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier." Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Su Hui to lead the way. The 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier were profound and were something that the Holy Land's previous Holy Masters had spent countless years perfecting. It was capable of withstanding the bombardment of Saint Realm Masters and wouldn't be damaged in a short time. Although each Holy Master was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, there were still times when a Holy Master would leave the Holy Land. With the protection of this Spirit Array and Barrier, the Holy Land would be safer. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in barriers and spirit arrays, almost never having dabbled in them before, but taking advantage of the Holy Master's spirit ring and following Su Hui's instructions, he didn't need to spend too much effort. All he needed to do was hold on to the Holy Master's spirit ring and follow Su Hui's instructions to open some key points. Shuttling back and forth between the 9 peaks, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi consumed a great deal of energy, and it was only after half a day that he successfully opened the 9 peaks spirit array and barrier. The flow of world energy between the heavens and earth had obviously become much denser, and a thin layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had covered the entire 9 heavens Holy Land, shrouding it in its own protection. Su Hui was completely shocked. He knew how much Yuan Qi and energy it took to open the spirit array, and even the previous generation Holy Master was unable to do so in half a day. This was a massive spirit array that covered the entire Holy Land. But Yang Kai had done it. After opening the spirit array, his face didn't even blush, his heart didn't skip a beat, as if nothing had happened. Su Hui couldn't even begin to guess just how much true qi was stored in Yang Kai's body, causing him to be completely shocked. His attitude became even more respectful. He knew that although his current cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, in time, this young man would grow to a height that he could never hope to reach. At that time, the entire Holy Land would rely on him. Chapter 803. After a busy day, the trivial matters of the Holy Land were finally coming to an end. As night fell, not a single star could be seen. The dark sky was like the maw of a ferocious beast, enveloping the Holy Land in a heavy atmosphere. The elders and protectors of 9 Heavens Holy Land gathered together to discuss how to deal with the upcoming disaster half a month from now. After all, those people had already declared that half a month from now, they would either hand over the previous generation Saintess or hand over the current generation Saintess, otherwise they would meet on the battlefield. The three forces who had been suppressed by 9 Heavens Holy Land daring to act so arrogantly obviously had great self-confidence, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so resolute. The previous generation Saintess, Su Hui, and the others couldn't be handed over, and Saintess Nan was nowhere to be found. The current generation saintess couldn't be handed over either. Half a month from now, there would definitely be a great war, this was obvious. Yang Kai didn't know what their intentions were, but they had actually allowed Ling to pull Yang Kai here to listen. While they were discussing, Yang Kai remained silent, neither expressing his own opinion nor making any attempt to criticize them. Yang Kai was self-aware. Although these people had always expressed their hope that he could inherit the position of Holy Master, in this kind of crisis, he had no right to make decisions. In their opinion, he was still too young. So, Yang Kai tactfully remained silent. After listening for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that none of these people wanted to escape, all of them resolute in their decision to stay and fight to the death in order to defend the dignity of the Holy Land. Yang Kai secretly shook his head, not making any comments. Although he understood that where there was life, there was hope, but he also understood that it would not be easy for such a huge force to escape. Even if Su Hui and the others could safely evacuate, the rest of the disciples would likely become abandoned pawns. The most critical thing now was how to persuade the masters who had been lured here by shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. As long as they could withdraw, the remaining three forces could be easily dealt with by the Holy Land's current lineup. After discussing for a while, without any results, everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai who was sitting nearby. "What are you looking at me for? I'm used to being a loner, so I don't know anything about these things. You guys talk, I'll just listen." Ha! Su Hui let out a hollow laugh, his expression becoming gentle as he said, "That being said, little brother should at least have his own opinion, right? Why don't you tell us about it? Maybe we can find a way out." The others also looked at him expectantly, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he still asked, "How many Saint Realm Masters do those three forces have?" Su Hui's expression became serious as he quickly replied, "These three forces aren't very powerful, each of them only having 2 Saint Realm Masters, and most of them are First-Order Saints. The only one you need to pay attention to is Zhang Ao from Shattering Mystical Palace. That old man's cultivation is similar to mine, Second-Order Saint Realm, so if we really fight, it won't be easy to determine who will win." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Each force had 2 Saint Realm Masters, so in total there were 6 Saint Realm Masters, 5 of them First Order and 1 Second Order. This number and strength was just enough to put them on par with the current 9 Heavens Holy Land. 9 Heavens Holy Land now also had 1 Second Order Saint and 5 First Order Saints. This number didn't even include the Masters who had been enticed by these 3 forces. 9 Heavens Holy Land, which had just been attacked by Saintess Nan who was now riddled with holes, would have a difficult time dealing with such a force. Moreover, if a fight really broke out, 9 Heavens Holy Land would likely find it difficult to establish itself in this world in the future. The number of forces involved was not small. Therefore, they didn't want to become enemies with so many forces, but since Saintess Nan was the one who had caused this trouble, 9 Heavens Holy Land naturally had to take the blame. "Haven't you thought about asking for help? 9 Heavens Holy Land has been thriving for so many years, it should have at least some allies." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking, "Ask those allies for help and we'll return this favor in the future." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became a little awkward. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and instantly understood that 9 Heavens Holy Land really didn't have many allies. When the old Holy Master was alive, they had a very high opinion of themselves, thinking that there were only a few forces in this world that could stand on equal footing with the Holy Land, so now that the sect was in trouble, no one was willing to help. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and was speechless for a moment. He could ask for help from Soaring Heaven's sect and his 4 martial uncles, but there was definitely not enough time. Yang Kai was afraid that before he could return to Soaring Heaven's sect, Nine Heaven's Holy Land would have already been overrun. Suddenly, young Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "That monster race great senior, have you ever thought about asking him for help?" Monster race great senior. Su Hui's expression changed. And, since he's a great senior, his strength is certainly not weak. He must have some useful subordinates. What kind of joke is that? Shikuan frowned. That's the monster race we're talking about. They view us as a thorn in their side. If we really ask them for help, once news of this spreads, Nine Heaven's Holy Land will become a stain on the entire human race, never to rise again. Ewing also gently nodded, agreeing with Shikuan. No matter how bad the situation is, it's impossible for us to ask the monster race for help. Moreover, we've never even seen that monster race great senior before, only the old holy master had some friendship with him, so whether or not we can ask him for help is another matter altogether. Young Kai was stunned, not having expected that his proposal would actually cause them to reject him so much. Only now did he understand that he had somewhat underestimated the degree of hatred between different races. He was not a native of Tongxian realm, but rather a native of the central capital. Although he had been here for many years, the deep-rooted ideologies of this world had not affected him. Before coming here, young Kai had not even known that there were different races like the demon race and monster race. There is one person, if we can find him, my holy land may be able to easily resolve this disaster. Su Hui suddenly fell into contemplation and muttered softly. Great Elder, are you referring to that person? Qing Yu Tong also seemed to remember. Who? Young Kai suddenly became curious, not knowing who they were talking about, but it seemed this person had some kind of extraordinary means. An old man with mysterious origins. I don't know his specific name, but he should be an old acquaintance of the old Holy Master. Half a year before the old Holy Master fell, he suddenly came to visit. At that time, he was still in my holy land for some time, and the old Holy Master treated him with great courtesy. It seems his friendship with the old Holy Master was not shallow, if only he could help us. And that old man has an unfathomable aura, and I have never seen the old Holy Master treat anyone as politely as he did to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person, Ewing also agreed. Mysterious origins. Young Kai was stunned. Can't you find him? Everyone shook their heads. However, he should come back to my holy land again, Su Hui suddenly said with certainty. Why? Because when he came to our holy land, there was a little girl by his side who arranged something in a certain place on the 9 peaks. After he left, the old holy master ordered us to guard that place and not let anyone get close to it and destroy it. My guess is that after a certain period of time, he and that little girl will come back here to take something from that place. And, since that little girl arranged something, that place has become extremely cold. Meng Tianfei nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, because of this, I had to move my residence. Being exposed to that kind of cold for so long, even I couldn't bear it. Listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai suddenly understood what they were talking about. When he and Su Hui opened the 9 Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier earlier today, Yang Kai had indeed felt that there was a certain place that was different from others. It seemed to be particularly cold, but this kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai had thought that this was a naturally occurring place in 9 Heaven's Holy Land, but he hadn't expected there to be such a factor. However, listening to them call him an old man and a little girl, 2 familiar figures inexplicably appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Unable to stop himself from laughing, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai asked casually, the old man you're talking about, don't tell me he's an old man who looks like a transcendent being but actually has a pair of lustful eyes? Su Hui gawped, but before he could answer, Ewing and Qing Yu Tong both nodded. Ewing grit her teeth and said, that old man's eyes are extremely hateful, they often look at places they shouldn't be looking at. Qing Yutong also chimed in, that's right, he's already so old, yet he still doesn't respect himself. Yu Ying and I still politely called him that, we should dig out his eyes. The two beautiful women both wore angry looks, as if that old man had really done something to them. Su Hui laughed dumbly, it's not as serious as you say, is it? Perhaps that old man's strength is profound and his eyes are filled with vitality. Yu Ying and Qing Yutong glared at him at the same time. Just pretend I didn't say anything, Su Hui said awkwardly. Yang Kai's expression on the other hand became extremely strange, his heartbeat accelerating slightly as his mood became inexplicably excited, continuing to ask, the little girl beside him, is she wearing a veil that prevents others from seeing her true appearance, but her temperament is pure and innocent? Everyone stared at him in amazement, Su Hui also wearing a stunned expression, Holy Master, you, little brother, how did you know? Is that so? Yang Kai suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, adding, is there a light blue gem on her forehead? Chapter 804. Hearing Yang Kai's question, everyone nodded, Yu Ying replying, although that old man was a bit hateful, the little girl who followed him was very likable. Although I haven't seen her face, I feel that she isn't any worse than our saintess, and her cultivation is also very high, not much worse than yours. Before meeting you, she was the most outstanding young person we had ever seen. That was 2 or 3 years ago, her current cultivation should be higher than mine. Yang Kai said decisively, his mood suddenly becoming quite delicate. Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Chang. There were not many people in this world who could cause the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land to treat them with respect, and Meng Wuya was perhaps one of them. Coincidentally, there was also a little girl who looked very similar to Xia Ning Chang. The people Su Hui and the others were talking about were definitely them. They had actually come to 9 Heavens' Holy Land before, this was quite surprising. Does little brother know them? Su Hui and the others looked at each other and found that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something, immediately understanding that this new holy master may have had contact with this old man and young girl. How should I put it? I know them, Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui's expression brightened and was about to ask something when Yang Kai interrupted, but I haven't seen them for several years, so I don't know where they are. Is that so? Su Hui showed a look of disappointment, but soon recovered, since we can't find anyone to help, we can only rely on our own strength now. Fortunately, little brother brought out the Holy Master's spirit ring. With this spirit ring, if those people really dare to attack, we can make them pay a heavy price. Everyone nodded and continued to discuss. Yang Kai found an opportunity to sneak away. Following his memories from the day before, Yang Kai flew towards one of the 9 peaks on the left. This peak wasn't much different from the other 8, reaching several hundred meters high and towering into the sky, giving off a magnificent and majestic aura. However, starting from the middle of the mountain, it was filled with a kind of cold aura. The higher one went, the denser this aura was. Near the peak, there were even countless of different lengths of icicles that were as sinister as spears, hanging upside down under the rocks. When he activated the spirit array on this peak earlier today, Yang Kai felt a bit strange, but he didn't ask anything at the time. Now, he wanted to see what his little senior sister had arranged here. Flying upwards, it wasn't long before Yang Kai arrived at the peak. This kind of coldness that penetrated deep into one's soul, almost capable of freezing one's mind. Yang Kai carefully probed himself and his expression changed slightly. He found that even though he had a conflagrated knowledge sea, he still had to exert all his strength to resist the chill coming from the peak. He circulated the true essence in his body, but he couldn't dispel the chill in his body. Strange. Slowly shaking his head, Kai Yang stepped forward. His courage stemmed from his skill. After a while, an extremely clear pool suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. All the cold aura seemed to be emanating from this pool. The area around this pool was desolate and deserted. It seemed that even people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land generally didn't come here. Around the deep pool, there were indeed some obscure energy ripples that were arranged in a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed this pool, a look of joy soon appearing on his face. Sure enough, this was arranged by his little senior sister because there were traces of spirit arrays in this pool of energy. What's more, these were the spirit arrays he had taught Xia Ningchang. Why would she arrange this here? According to Su Hui, she and Treasurer Meng hadn't taken anything away at that time, probably because the time wasn't right and they wanted to wait until the right time to return. What kind of secret was hidden in this icy pool? Was it related to unlocking the seal on Meng Wuya? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but he wasn't certain. Chu Ling Shao had said that Meng Wuya had fought with the demon commander and was struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, suppressing his cultivation to the peak immortal ascension boundary. He should have gone to the central capital to seek refuge or perhaps to search for the sacred spirit medicine body. Underneath the central capital, Meng Wuya had unlocked his first seal and restored his strength to the second-order transcendent realm. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what his current situation was. Yang Kai had always been curious about Treasurer Meng's true cultivation. This old man knew Chu Ling Shao, a sect master, Qingya, and the old holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Which one of these three wasn't a top-level master? Being able to recognize these people, his own cultivation couldn't be too bad. On top of that, wherever he went, he would leave behind a mysterious impression. What are you doing here in the reflecting moon pond? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yang Kai had been lost in thought, so he hadn't even noticed the other party approach. Hearing this voice, his yuan qi surged but quickly calmed down, turning his head to Enling and asking, just looking around, is this place called Reflecting Moon Pond? Enling smiled, looking up at the sky. There's no moon tonight. If there was a moon, this place would have been quite beautiful. I don't know what kind of secret this reflecting moon pond has, but it's able to make the reflection of the moon appear like it's real. In the past, Xiao Lian and I often came here to play. Seemingly thinking of the three sisters who had been killed by Saintess Nan, Enling's mood suddenly became gloomy. Is it really that mysterious? Yang Kai quickly changed the subject, lest she become even more sad. Then the secret hidden here, does your Nine Heavens Holy Land not know about it? Enling slowly shook her head. Great Elder didn't dare go down. No one knows how deep this reflecting moon pond is. The old holy master went down once to investigate but gained nothing. After he came out, he ordered us not to enter, so no one knows what is hidden inside. Moreover, when I stood on this mountain peak before, I didn't feel cold at all. Only when I went deep into the reflecting moon pond did I realize this, but now, for some reason, it has become like this. It should be related to the things arranged by that little girl. After speaking for a while, Enling couldn't help shivering, her lips pale as she muttered, "Let's go back. It's so cold here." Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting, and flew down with her. After a night of silence, Yang Kai also spent the entire night thinking, finally coming to a decision. The next day, Yang Kai found Su Hui and directly stated his intentions. "Great Elder, I want to see that monster race Great Senior." Hearing this, Su Hui trembled and asked in amazement, "Why do you want to see him? Could it be you want to ask him for help?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "He has a friendship with the old holy master, but not with me. Even if I ask him for help, he won't agree." "Then why do you?" Su Hui couldn't understand. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, have you ever considered temporarily abandoning the Holy Land's foundation?" "Abandon?" Su Hui frowned. "Yes, abandon, of course, only temporarily," Yang Kai nodded. "As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. With the current lineup of foreign enemies, the Holy Land has no way to resist. If we continue to resist, I'm afraid Nine Heaven's Holy Land will really be destroyed by your generation. When that time comes, how many of us will be able to escape? Your protector and elder's strength are profound and your cultivation is profound, so it probably won't matter if you want to escape, but what about the remaining disciples?" Su Hui's expression became gloomy as he sighed deeply. "How could we not know this? It's just that the Holy Land has as many as 6,000 to 7,000 disciples. Where should we go? Since Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect have already chosen to offend my Holy Land, naturally they won't give up easily. They also know that if we don't kill a snake with a stick, I'm afraid that as soon as we leave the 9 Peaks, they will chase after us. Rather than that, we might as well stay here and fight to the death with them." "So, you've considered this method?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Su Hui nodded awkwardly. "Although this would be a disgrace to our ancestors, preserving the Holy Land's bloodline is the most important. Once we have accumulated enough strength, we can make a comeback and make all those who have tried to embarrass my Holy Land pay the price." Saying so, Su Hui's expression became fierce and fierce. "Very good, since you've thought about it, there's no need for me to waste my breath." Yang Kai chuckled. "I have a place where the Holy Land's people can safely settle down. As long as you stay there, they won't be able to do anything to you." "Oh." Su Hui's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise, "Little brother is referring to, it's not convenient to say now, but when the time comes, you'll know." "Of course, the premise is that you believe me." Yang Kai paused. Of course, we believe you." Su Hui nodded repeatedly before suddenly asking suspiciously, "But what does this have to do with you going to see the monster race Great Senior?" "These two things have nothing to do with each other, but if you plan to temporarily abandon the Holy Land's foundation, I can go see the monster race Great Senior." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The Holy Land's foundation naturally can't be given to those people for free. If that monster race Great Senior learns that the Holy Land is now empty, what do you think he will do? Su Hui's expression became solemn as he quickly said, "The world energy aura in the monster race's territory is far less dense than the Holy Land's, and this place has been coveted by them for a long time now." Chapter 805. Yang Kai didn't like to be controlled by others, his fate was always in his own hands. Therefore, he had always expressed a strong aversion to the idea of inheriting the position of Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, because this was not what he wanted. No matter how friendly those in the Holy Land were to him, it was simply because they had ulterior motives. However, when he learned that Xia Ningqiang and Meng Wuya had come here and arranged some kind of method in the reflecting moon pond, Yang Kai's resistance to Nine Heaven's Holy Land inexplicably decreased. Preserving the strength of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, perhaps he would be able to meet his little senior sister here again in the future. He had already found Su Yan and she was still an ice sect, concentrating on her cultivation. He wasn't worried about the old demon as he wasn't someone to be trifled with, but the whereabouts of his little senior sister was something he often worried about. Now that he finally had some hope, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to see this hope destroyed because of the invasion of foreign enemies. That was why he took the initiative to propose this to Su Hui. Soon, Su Hui returned with news that was similar to what Yang Kai had guessed. After learning that he could properly arrange for the Holy Land's disciples, the elders and protectors all expressed their willingness to temporarily withdraw and preserve their strength in order to rise again in the future and take revenge. However, when it came to where the 6,000 to 7,000 disciples would be placed, they repeatedly asked about it. Yang Kai was unwilling to answer right now, and in the end, it was only after Ling came forward to persuade them to give up. Since you've decided to do this, first tell me about this monster race great senior. Inside the hall, Yang Kai looked at the elders and protectors and quickly said, the more detailed the better. After coming to this world, Yang Kai had only dealt with one monster race individual. The charm monster. The lustful dragon lady who possessed the ability to poison one's soul and arouse one's deepest desires. As such, Yang Kai didn't know much about the monster race, so now that he was going to meet a monster race great senior, he naturally had to make some preparations. None of us have seen this monster race great senior before, but from what the old holy master said, he was an 8th order monster beast, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, and was born with the ability to cultivate 2 different attributes. His cultivation was quite high and his divine technique was quite good. 8th order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly guessed that a 6th order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary, a 7th order being a transcendent, and 8th order being a saint realm. Yang Kai's of course, he was a saint, of course, of the 3rd order. S to him. Of course, 7's to's his. S of course. These 20 or so are all transcendents, that is to say, 7th order or above. They were born with fighting instincts, and although they haven't cultivated any martial skills, their combat power can't be ignored. However, they don't understand spirit arrays, so the world energy aura they live in isn't very rich, so it's completely natural. Everyone began to talk at once, sharing the little information they knew. Yang Kai listened carefully, waiting for them to finish before curiously asking, the enmity between the human and monster races isn't shallow. How did your old holy master manage to become friends with that monster race great senior? Su Hui chuckled, the monster race doesn't have many crystal stones, but they are rich in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Once, when the old holy master went out, he seemed to have encountered that monster race great senior. The 2 of them fought for a while, but for some reason, they actually felt a sense of camaraderie and decided to trade. So every once in a while, the old holy master would bring a lot of spirit stones to them in exchange for a large number of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and rare 5-element metals. By the way, the monster race isn't very proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, so the artifacts and pills used for them were all brought to them by the old holy master. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly, so, if that monster race great senior still remembers some old sentiments, I won't be in much danger this time. And, he really does remember some old sentiments. What do you mean? Su Hui asked in amazement. It's been almost 2 years since the old holy master fell, so the monster race must have received this news long ago, but they haven't taken any action. Obviously, that monster race great senior doesn't want to attack 9 Heavens holy land, otherwise, your current situation would only have become worse. Listening to Yang Kai's explanation, everyone thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. I heard that the monster race has something called the Beast Transformation Pond. Yang Kai suddenly asked. N. Su Hui nodded, the Beast Transformation Pond is the foundation of the monster race. I don't know how it was formed, but every place that has a Beast Transformation Pond is a gathering place for the monster race. Once a monster beast breaks through to the 7th order, it is eligible to enter the Beast Transformation Pond, and if its luck is good enough, it can assume its human form. Otherwise, those monster beasts will forever remain in their beast form. Is it really that amazing? Yang Kai suddenly became interested and couldn't help wanting to take a look. Su Hui shook his head, not every monster beast that enters the Beast Transformation Pond is able to successfully assume human form. I heard that many monster beasts have failed, but even if they do manage to assume human form, many of them are accustomed to maintaining their true form and appear in their beast form all year round, so there are definitely more than 20 transcendents on the monster race's side, perhaps even double that number. That's quite an impressive force. Yang Kai praised. The entire Nine Heavens Holy Land only had so many transcendents, so the strength of the monster race was basically on par with Nine Heavens Holy Land at its peak. You should prepare some crystal stones first. Yang Kai ordered, since this is the first time we are meeting, as a junior, naturally we should prepare some gifts, otherwise, we may not even be able to meet the monster race great senior. Good, I'll arrange it, Su Hui nodded and immediately left. An hour later, with everything ready, Yang Kai took 2 universe bags filled with crystal stones and flew out of the 9 peaks in the direction everyone had pointed out. The various protectors and elders watched him leave, all of them wearing puzzled expressions. Great Elder, why do I feel like the new Holy Master's attitude has suddenly changed a lot? Shi Kun frowned and asked. And he suddenly became enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs. Before, he was quite indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Qing Yutong also frowned. I don't know, Su Hui slowly shook his head. But this is a good thing. Since he is so enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs today, perhaps he will agree to inherit it in the future. Perhaps it has something to do with the reflecting moon pond, and Ling muttered. Oh. Why do you say that? It's just a guess, and Ling smiled, unable to explain further. But Ling can we trust him? He said there was a place where so many Holy Land disciples could settle down, and now he wants to visit the monster race great senior. I really am confused. Yu said worriedly. Weren't you all prepared to fight to the death with those people? If he succeeds this time, there may be a chance to turn things around, but if he doesn't, you can only follow your original plan, so what difference does it make whether you believe him or not? That's true, Yu smiled, feeling much more relieved. But I believe him. And Ling Er's face suddenly became solemn. He has always been able to find a way out of desperate situations. I think he can do the same this time. If that's the case, after this matter is settled, whether he agrees or not, this old master will worship him as Holy Master. Su Hui declared. What Great Elder says is right, everyone nodded, their eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai had just flown away from the 9 peaks when he felt he was being watched. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld sect had bewitched many masters and attacked 9 Heavens Holy Land half a month ago. Although they were forced to retreat, they certainly hadn't gone far and should be stationed nearby to monitor the situation. Anyone who left the 9 peaks would definitely fall into their sights. However, Yang Kai didn't panic at all. Using his divine sense, he was able to clearly see the cultivation of the people tailing him. A first-order transcendent and a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters. This number wasn't enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. After chasing for an hour in the mountains, those people lost sight of Kai Yang. The leading transcendent wore a dignified expression and suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal the other immortal ascension boundary masters to stop and carefully investigate their surroundings, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Yang Kai's location. Senior, where is that little brat? Among the group, a square-headed young man asked suspiciously. The leading transcendent realm master slowly shook his head, his expression dignified. That little brat is a bit strange, let's go back. He doesn't look very old, his strength shouldn't be too high, right? The young man snorted disdainfully, thinking that this senior was being a bit too cautious. What do you know? Do you think all the young people in this world are like you? Although he looks younger than you, he was able to escape from my pursuit, so his cultivation is definitely not bad. Perhaps, he has already discovered us and has set up some kind of trap ahead of us. After being scolded and despised, the young man felt a little unconvinced and snorted, "I don't think he's that strong." The leading Transcendent Realm Master sneered and no longer bothered with this young man's nonsense, simply saying, "If you think you're stronger, just chase after him, let's see if you can come back alive." Saying so, he turned around and left. This group of people didn't belong to the same force. Chapter 806. In front of them, under a large tree, the young man who had come out of Nine Heavens' holy land had at some point appeared behind them. At this moment, he was standing there with a smile on his face as he stared at them mockingly. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy, quickly gathering their yuan qi as they stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. This mysterious method of appearing and disappearing at will was enough to show how extraordinary Yang Kai was. These people all had some insight and naturally knew that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with. In particular, the Transcendent leading this group released his divine sense at close range to investigate Yang Kai, but it was as if he was throwing a stone into the sea, his divine sense being swallowed up without the slightest bit of feedback, greatly shocking him. "I'll delay him for a while, the rest of you split up," the Transcendent whispered. Yang Kai just chuckled and turned a deaf ear to these words before walking towards them. As Yang Kai's footsteps approached, everyone felt a huge pressure descend from the sky, as if a mountain was collapsing, as if an avalanche was crashing down on them, impossible to resist. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator couldn't help feeling the urge to kneel down, as if under this kind of pressure, they would soon be crushed to dust, not even their bones remaining. "Run!" The Transcendent roared, forcibly circulating his yuan qi and leaping into the air. "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, sending out a sharp divine sense attack that rushed into the Transcendent Cultivator's mind, instantly tearing apart his knowledge sea defenses. The jade pendant that the man was wearing flashed with a brilliant light before exploding into dust with a crisp cracking sound. This jade pendant was a sole defensive artifact that could actively defend against enemy divine sense attacks. Its grade wasn't too bad, at least mysterious grade mid-rank. Even so, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, this artifact was completely destroyed. The First Order Transcendent Cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes suddenly losing their luster. Clutching his head, the Transcendent Cultivator fell to the ground, howling miserably, his voice reaching the ears of the others, causing them to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Only then did the square-headed young man realize how big the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai was, and he also understood that what the senior had said before was not an exaggeration. He didn't know what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to reduce a First-Order Transcendent to such a pitiful state. Just how profound was his cultivation? The miserable howls lasted for less than 10 breaths before gradually dying down. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator lay stiffly on the ground, motionless, his aura completely drained away. He was dead. The remaining dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all trembled, their teeth chattering as they stared at Yang Kai in horror, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai glanced over at them faintly, but when they met his eyes, all of them couldn't help averting their eyes. A dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Back in the central capital, this kind of lineup was already considered quite powerful, but after just a few years, Yang Kai was able to look down on these people with cold eyes. To him, they were nothing more than ants. "I'll ask you some questions, who can answer?" Yang Kai suddenly said. These people were all in a state of panic, thinking they were about to die, so none of them reacted. However, the square-headed young man was the most quick-witted and quickly said, "Me." Yang Kai glanced over at him and nodded lightly. "Tell me, where are you stationed?" "In a mountain valley 50 kilometers away from your sect." The young man was afraid that if he answered too slowly, Yang Kai would be dissatisfied, so he quickly replied. How many people? At least 3,000, that's a lot of people. What about the Saint Realm cultivators? Yang Kai continued to ask. 3,000 people, although less than half the number of Nine Heavens Holy Land's disciples. If they really fought, it still depended on the number of masters. If the masters won, the battle would be won. If the masters lost, the battle would be lost. Once one's strength reached the transcendent realm, no matter how many cultivators below the transcendent realm came, they wouldn't be put in their eyes. Lu Gui, if you dare leak information to the enemy, be careful, you won't be able to keep your head when you return. An immortal ascension boundary cultivator in the crowd suddenly recovered and shouted. Many others were also dissatisfied, glaring angrily at the young man named Lu Gui, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Lu Gui panicked and hesitated for a moment, not daring to continue, only staring at Yang Kai timidly and worriedly, fearing he would be dissatisfied. Yang Kai grinned gently and nodded. You can rest assured, I promise you, no one will know you told me this, so it doesn't matter if you speak a little more. Saying so, he waved his hand, causing all the immortal ascension boundary cultivators present to freeze in place, unable to move or speak, each of them shivering uncontrollably as cold sweat seeped out of their bodies. With Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Gui seemed to feel relieved and quickly revealed everything he knew. The more Yang Kai listened, the gloomier his expression became. This time, Nine Heavens Holy Land was really in trouble. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld sect had taken advantage of Nine Heavens Holy Land's external crisis to not only bring in their own friends and family, but also take advantage of the chaos Saintess Nan had stirred up outside to persuade more than a dozen great forces to come and attack Nine Heavens Holy Land. These dozen great forces weren't very strong, each of them having at most a single Saint Realm master, some of them not even having such a master. Counting the 6 Saint Realm masters each of these 3 sects already had, the total number of Saint Realm masters was about a dozen. In terms of numbers alone, Nine Heavens Holy Land had twice as many transcendents as Nine Heavens Holy Land. If a fight really broke out, Nine Heavens Holy Land had no chance of winning. Even with the help of the spirit arrays and barriers, they would only be able to resist for a short time. As Su Hui had said, since these 3 sects had chosen to offend the Holy Land, they had made ample preparations and would not give the Holy Land a chance to make a comeback. These 3 sects had not attacked for 2 reasons. One was because they had made the declaration half a month ago, and the other was because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. In about 10 days, these 3 sects would launch a large-scale invasion, preparing to uproot Nine Heavens Holy Land, a behemoth that had existed for countless years, in one fell swoop and enjoy the world energy aura and resources of the 9 peaks. In addition to these 3 sects, the other great forces had basically gathered here because of Saintess Nan and had no enmity with Nine Heavens Holy Land. Lu Gui had a square head, but he was also a clever man. So under the angry gazes of his companions, he clearly told Yang Kai all kinds of information. After listening, Yang Kai already had a plan in mind. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai expressed satisfaction and patted Lu Gui's shoulder affectionately, praising, "Young man, you have a promising future, live well." "Yes, yes, many thanks for the praise," Lu Gui responded awkwardly, but his expression suddenly changed as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Just now, Lu Gui seemed to feel that something was missing from his knowledge sea, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. Yang Kai chuckled, "Just to be on the safe side, I'll keep your soul brand for now. After you return, don't divulge any information about me, otherwise, even if we're separated by 10 million kilometers, I can easily kill you." Lu Gui's face went pale and he couldn't help retreating a few steps, calling out in horror, "Soul brand? And don't even think about running away, I can sense your location at any time. If you dare try anything funny, the consequences, you know what will happen." "Understood, understood." Lu Gui nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to him, he really did feel that his fate was in the palm of his hand. Then that's all, I'll be going first. Yang Kai grinned, his figure flickering and disappearing from Lu Gui's sight. Lu Gui was stunned for a moment before pointing to his companions who were still standing in place and exclaiming, "What about them?" There was no response. Lu Gui's expression changed, and it was particularly interesting. A moment later, Yang Kai, who was rushing towards the monster race territory, vaguely heard a series of mournful screams and resentful curses before death. Thinking about it, Lu Gui should have already killed those immortal Ascension boundary masters. This little brat wasn't a good person, Yang Kai could see at a glance. Normally, he was just a petty thief. In order to ensure that the secret of what had just happened was not leaked, he would naturally silence him. This kind of person was the most despicable. However, Yang Kai needed to arrange a chess piece in the enemy camp and take advantage of this opportunity to monitor their movements. This kind of cowardly person was undoubtedly a good candidate. As for how Lu Gui would explain himself when he returned, that was his own problem. Flying all the way, according to the direction Su Hui had pointed out, Yang Kai's figure was as fast as lightning. After crossing the 10,000-foot-high mountain, Yang Kai soon felt that he had arrived at a somewhat different place. The world energy flowing through the air was vaguely strange. Just like in the demon land, where the world energy was mixed with a faint demonic qi, the monster race territory was also filled with a faint demonic qi. However, whether it was demonic qi or demonic qi, they were both different forms of world energy. It was only because of the creatures that lived here all year round that the world energy was slightly altered. Behind the 10,000-foot-high mountain was a forest. The Beast Sea Jungle was the territory of the monster race. Towering trees, each thick enough for several people to wrap their arms around, blocked out the sunlight. As soon as Yang Kai entered this place, he noticed that a nearby monster beast was paying attention to him. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that this monster beast was only at the 6th order, so he didn't pay it much mind and continued to rush forward, hoping to find a monster beast or monster race member he could communicate with. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that this monster beast was different from the ones he had encountered before. It had been tailing him, as if it had a mind of its own, monitoring him and not rashly attacking. Wherever it passed, it seemed to have come into contact with other monster beasts. As Yang Kai went deeper, the monster beast following him also increased in number. They were organized and disciplined, obviously possessing a certain level of sentience, but not high. Perceiving this, Yang Kai paused and sent out his divine sense in an attempt to communicate with them. Yang Kai was very experienced in this regard, and after communicating with the divine tree for a few days, Yang Kai knew what methods to use to deal with these creatures with low sentience. Chapter 807. The most important thing was to be patient, so that they could clearly feel that he had no malicious intentions. Only in this way would they no longer be vigilant and take the initiative to communicate with him. During this process, even the slightest bit of impatience could result in failure, stimulating their instincts and causing some bad things to happen. Somewhere in the dense forest, Yang Kai stood there quietly, restraining his aura and completely blending into the surrounding environment. He was constantly releasing his divine sense to convey his goodwill. The monster beasts that had gathered nearby hid in their hiding places, staring at Yang Kai's direction with ominous eyes. Time continued to pass, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. After half a day, Yang Kai heard a rustling sound nearby. He turned his head and saw a huge tiger-like monster beast slowly walking out of its hiding place. Rustle, rustle, rustle. More and more monster beasts appeared, surrounding Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai glanced around and suddenly felt his eyes light up. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes, but every single one of them was extremely handsome. Their appearances were excellent, and they looked awe-inspiring. When they were about a dozen feet away from Yang Kai, they stopped and kept growling from their throats. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that they seemed to be releasing their divine sense, wanting to communicate with him. But their intelligence was not complete, so they could not clearly express what they wanted to express. Yang Kai smiled and transmitted his divine sense, "Hello, everyone. I came here with no ulterior motives, so you don't have to worry. I just want to see your great senior. If it's convenient, can you show me the way?" After the divine sense was transmitted, a roar immediately came from the tiger-like monster beast, as if it was questioning Yang Kai why he wanted to see the great senior. "I have something to discuss with him," Yang Kai patiently answered. All the monster beast fell into silence. They turned their heads to look at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a while, the tiger-like monster beast looked up at the sky and roared. The roar was rolling like thunder, deafening to the ears. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't show much impatience. He just stood there quietly and waited. He didn't know where the monster race's grand senior was, so he could only ask for help from these monster beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. After that long howl was heard, another howl came from the depths of the forest in response. Soon after, more howls came from afar, as if they were relaying, spreading further and further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood something. He simply sat down cross-legged and took out a few bottles of pills from his bosom. He then threw them at the monster beast as a gesture of goodwill. These pills were all concocted by him casually. They could increase the flow of yuan qi in the body and had the effect of assisting in cultivation. When the monster beast saw this, they all leaned over and lowered their heads to sniff. The monster beast had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. They were born with the ability to distinguish between danger and danger. Although the grade of these pills wasn't very high, the overflowing aura from them naturally attracted their interest. After a while, the pills were all snatched up by the monster beast. They swallowed them like beans and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He helplessly took out a few more bottles of pills. About half an hour later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In that direction, an unruly aura was rapidly approaching. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't low, at least at the third-order transcendent realm. In monster beast terms, this person was at the peak of the seventh order. Hong. A burly figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground not far in front of Yang Kai like a meteor. A cloud of dust flew up and a shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway. The monster beast that had gathered around Yang Kai were also frightened and scattered. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw a burly middle-aged man of about 40 years old standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were filled with contempt. What made him pay attention was his clothes. This person only wore some simple animal skin clothes. His hair was wild and his thick black hair was messy in the wind. At first glance, this person looked like a lion that had gone berserk, appearing rather wild and unrestrained. A monster race. Yang Kai instantly determined this person's identity. The roars just now should have been the monster beast sending him a message. After receiving the news, this monster race master had immediately rushed over. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The monster beast, who had been getting along well with Yang Kai, seemed to have been infected by his mood. At this moment, all of them were baring their teeth and roaring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and slowly stood up, his expression calm. "Human, you dare intrude into the beast sea jungle, your courage isn't small. As soon as the middle-aged monster race master appeared, he shouted, his monster chief surging as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. I have some matters to attend to here. I hope this friend can remain calm and listen to my explanation. Yang Kai smiled warmly. Who's your friend? The burly monster race master waved his broad palm, a look of disdain on his face as he spat, despicable human, my monster race has never been friends with you. Ah. Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. The other party obviously rejected him, making him feel a little helpless. Then may I ask for your excellency's name? Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. Great Senior bestows the name, Wild Lion. The monster race master wore a proud expression, as if being bestowed a name by the Great Senior was a great honor, coldly snorting, do you remember? Yes, Yang Kai nodded seriously. Damn you, Wild Lion shook his head and looked around before shouting, what did you do to my compatriots? Why did I see them acting so intimately towards you just now? I didn't do anything, I just gave them some pills. Yang Kai casually explained, don't worry, they are all pills for cultivation, they will only benefit them and won't do them any harm. Pill. Wild Lion's eyes lit up, as if he was very sensitive to these two words. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, I still have some here, does Brother Wild want some? It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare anything, this is just a small gift to show my respect. Saying so, Yang Kai tactfully took out a few bottles of pills and handed them over. Wild Lion's expression showed that he was tempted, but there was a trace of struggle between his eyebrows. However, after smelling the pill fragrance, he immediately destroyed his reason and snatched the bottles of pills away, saying in a dissatisfied tone, despicable bastard, don't even think about using these things to gain my favor. And, although this father likes you a lot now. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, secretly feeling that this guy was a little too naive. If all monster race masters were like this Wild Lion, it would be easy to deal with them. After inspecting the bottles of pills, Wild Lion stuffed them into his trouser pocket with satisfaction. He kept them close to him and treasured them to death. Curling his lips, Wild Lion squinted at Yang Kai and said, I heard you want to see the Great Senior. Without asking, he understood Yang Kai's purpose in coming here. Obviously, the beast roars just now contained information that Yang Kai could not understand. Brother Kwang, can you recommend me? Wild Lion sneered, boy, what kind of place do you think my beast sea jungle is? Who do you think my monster race Great Senior is? Do you think he is someone you can meet just because you want to? Seeing that you are so tactful, I won't kill you, just go back to where you came from. Don't be presumptuous here, if you dare to stay here before sunset today, when dusk falls, it will be the time of your death. Yang Kai frowned and patiently said, Brother Wild Lion, I really have something important to discuss with your Great Senior, can you make it easy for me? Don't try to provoke me, you humans always overestimate yourselves. If you anger me, your end will be very miserable. The Beast Sea Jungle has never allowed humans to enter, so today I will be showing you mercy, Wild Lion coldly snorted, clearly not giving Yang Kai any leeway. Yang Kai chuckled, is that so, Brother Wild Lion? I heard that someone used to come to the Beast Sea Jungle from time to time to drink and chat with your Great Senior. Wild Lion's expression changed as he shouted, where did you hear that? Oh, why does that ring on your hand look so familiar? Because when that person came, he was wearing this ring. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the ring towards Wild Lion so he could see it more clearly. Nine Heavens Holy Land, the old Holy Master fell, you should have heard. And, in a sense, I am his successor. The old Holy Master and your Great Senior were friends, so I wanted to ask your Great Senior for a small favor. You're his successor. Wild Lion couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. That guy was very powerful, he even fought evenly with Great Senior, so how come you, his successor, are so weak. He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could flick his finger and send Yang Kai flying. Yang Kai didn't care and continued, "You should know that our old holy master brought you a lot of crystal stones and pills. These past 2 years, you haven't received this kind of treatment, right? Since I took over the position of the old holy master, I can bring you many things in the future, such as. Wild Lion's attention couldn't help being attracted. For example, the bottles of pills I just gave you. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Those are already mine. Wild Lion covered his pockets as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would try to take them back. I know, they are yours. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but in the future, if you want to take them back, you must first let me see your great senior. Only when I reach an agreement with your great senior can I continue to bring you these things, right? Wild Lion looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Chapter 808. After interacting with him for a while, Yang Kai could see that although this mad lion had gained sentience, he wasn't very clever. Just like many monster beasts, he followed his instincts in many ways. After all, this was a monster beast manifestation, so it was understandable. Such a person's likes and dislikes were written all over his face. He wasn't scheming, and sometimes he was easy to deal with, but sometimes he would turn hostile very quickly. If he found someone pleasing to the eye, he would act friendly, but if he was unhappy, he would immediately attack. In a sense, Yang Kai felt that this kind of person was very interesting. So when facing Mad Lion, he didn't feel the slightest bit unnatural. And, fine, I'll take you to Thunder Tree Palace, but whether the great senior wants to see you or not is not up to me. Mad Lion hesitated for a while before agreeing. Many thanks. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had obtained the other party's approval. Thunder Tree Palace. Although he didn't know what kind of place it was, he could vaguely guess that it should be the place where the monster race great senior lived. He had come up with an impressive name. After Mad Lion agreed, he didn't delay and immediately set off with Yang Kai, warning him repeatedly not to play any tricks, otherwise, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Yang Kai didn't agree. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized how vast the Beast Sea jungle was. There were tens of thousands of monster beasts living here, from newborn cubs to masters who had already achieved human form. There were all kinds of monster beasts here, including almost all species of the monster race. There were only a few monster race gatherings like this in the entire monster race domain, and each of them was ruled by a monster race great monarch. The human territory, the monster race territory, and the demon territory. Among them, the human territory was the largest, followed by the demon territory, and the monster race territory was the smallest. The Beast Sea jungle occupied 1/10 of the entire monster race territory. From here to Thunder Tree Palace, it would take at least 3 days of travel. A round trip of 3 days would take him 6 days, so there was still enough time, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Flying forward, he followed behind Kuang Shi at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery of the Beast Sea jungle. Using his divine sense, he found that all kinds of rare ores, spirit herbs were growing in the dense forest, and no one was interested in mining them. Occasionally, some monster beast would directly swallow those rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines, swallowing them like a cow chewing on peonies. When Yang Kai saw this, he couldn't help but have the urge to vomit blood. If he could use those materials to refine pills, the effects would increase by at least several times. It would be far more effective than swallowing them directly. But now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. Although Yang Kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't say anything. He just kept praising the Beast Sea jungle for its richness. These words were exactly what Mad Lion wanted. After spending a day together, Mad Lion realized that this human was actually quite nice. His words were quite pleasant to hear. After Yang Kai gave him some artifacts that were suitable for his use, Mad Lion immediately became friendly with him. The saint-grade artifacts he obtained in the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai naturally couldn't give them away casually. Each of those artifacts was priceless and rare in this world. Even if he had to give them away, he would give them to those closest to him. However, Yang Kai had a lot of other artifacts that weren't too high or too low in grade. The last time he went to the sea with Enling, he had collected some of them from the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Now, he decided to give them to Yang Kai. Holding an artifact in one hand and a pill in the other, Mad Lion's demeanor became very flattering. When Yang Kai called him Brother Kwang or friend, he didn't have the slightest resistance. The entire journey was uneventful. With Mad Lion leading the way, although there were occasionally some monster race masters who were alarmed, none of them tried to embarrass Yang Kai. After hearing that he was the new holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, all of them cast curious glances towards him and happily let him pass. Perhaps in the eyes of these monster race masters, without Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they wouldn't be happy. In the past, every once in a while, the old holy master would bring a large number of spirit stones, pills, and artifacts, but after 2 years, none of them had seen anything, so naturally they were reminiscing about the past. 3 days later, a towering ancient tree suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. That ancient tree was as majestic as a mountain peak, piercing straight into the clouds. Its huge canopy almost blocked out the sunlight in a radius of dozens of miles, and its slanted branches were extremely dense. Yang Kai was stunned. When he first saw this ancient tree, he thought he was seeing things, but after carefully confirming it, he realized it was really just a tree. It was just that this tree was a little too big. Nothing was too strange in this world. Compared to this ancient tree, the divine tree in the Black Book space was as weak as a 3-year-old baby. Mad Lion saw the shocked expression on Yang Kai's face and shook his head proudly. Do you see that? That is Thunder Tree Palace, the place where Great Senior and the masters of my race live. Great Senior lives in a wooden house at the top. Why is it called Thunder Tree Palace? Yang Kai asked curiously. Mad Lion snorted and explained, that is a 10,000-year thunder-devouring wood, naturally able to attract the power of thunder from the 9 heavens. You must have heard that our Great Senior's true form is a noble scarlet flame thunder dragon, so Great Senior's cultivation requires the power of thunder, so this place is perfect for him. Attracting the power of thunder. Yang Kai was stunned. Does that mean it's fine for others to live here? Great Senior's methods are not something you can imagine. The power of thunder from the 9 heavens that falls from the sky is only absorbed by Great Senior, it doesn't affect others. Mad Lion explained proudly, of course, there are also a few people who need the power of thunder for their cultivation, so Great Senior will share some with them. Along the way, Yang Kai also learned that Mad Lion greatly worshipped Great Senior. As long as it was related to Great Senior, Mad Lion would show an expression of worship. Therefore, facing Mad Lion's pride at this moment, Yang Kai was already numb to it and just nodded lightly. So that's how it is, your Great Senior is really amazing. Of course, Mad Lion grinned meaningfully. I wonder if I, Mad Lion, will ever be able to reach Great Senior's level in this life. Anyway, come with me, we'll be there soon. Yang Kai nodded and kept up with him. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the foot of the huge ancient tree. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt many divine senses lock onto him from all directions, penetrating every inch of his skin like mercury, as if they wanted to inspect him from the inside out. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he allowed them to inspect him, not showing the slightest intention of resisting, simply looking around coldly. Below the ancient tree, there were originally many monster beasts, each one of these monster beasts with a fierce appearance and vigorous physique. Purple-back blood spider, golden thread steel turtle, green phosphorus leopard, scarlet marten, all kinds of monster beasts that Yang Kai couldn't name were here. Seemingly attracted by Yang Kai's aura, these monster beasts stood up from where they were crouching and stared towards him with unfriendly looks on their faces, their eyes meeting and their divine senses communicating with one another, as if they were trying to communicate something. Yang Kai secretly shivered, knowing that these monster beasts couldn't be compared to the ones he encountered in the Beast Sea jungle. These monster beasts undoubtedly possessed high intelligence, not inferior to Kuang Shi in the slightest, and their ranks were not low either, each of them at least 7th order or above. Yang Kai secretly guessed that they might be monster race masters who couldn't transform into human form or preferred to maintain their beast form. Under the gazes of so many people, Yang Kai remained calm, his expression calm, attracting the attention of these monster beasts. On the contrary, Kuang Shi, who had arrived here, was a little cautious, smiling foolishly as he greeted the people around him before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "You wait here, I'll go report to Master Kai Dai. Whether or not we can see Great Senior, we'll have to ask her first." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kuang Shi leapt up towards the top of the ancient tree and soon disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place and waited, surrounded by a number of powerful monster beasts, all of them circling around him, as if he was an uninvited guest. However, he was already mentally prepared. Sha sha sha. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above, and at the same time, several figures landed on the trunk of the tree, condescendingly serving Yang Kai, their eyes filled with ridicule. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai raised his head and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. These were several monster race masters who had transformed into human form. Like Kuang Shi, they wore simple and crude clothing, fully displaying their wild nature, and more or less retained some traces of their beast form. The middle-aged man on the left had a hairy tail behind him, a square face, a mane covering his cheeks, and a pair of eyes filled with dignity. Looking at his appearance, his true body should be that of an ape. The woman on the right had a graceful figure, her snow-white slender thighs and flab belly exposed to the air, a pair of small canine teeth at the corner of her mouth flashing with a cold light, and two small and cute cat ears on both sides of her forehead. It was unknown whether her true body was a tiger or a cat. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Standing on the trunk, they only observed Yang Kai, seemingly having no intention of making things difficult for him, all of them remaining silent. The woman with the cat ears showed a rather interested expression, muttering something under her breath, her small canine teeth becoming more and more exquisite. Their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded, and the several monster race masters lightly pursed their lips and sneered. Suddenly, a scream came from above the ancient tree. Hearing this scream, Yang Kai frowned. Because this scream was clearly from Kuang Shi, who had led him here, and it seemed that he had been severely beaten and was falling from above. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, Kuang Shi's burly body smashed through countless branches and fell heavily to the ground under Yang Kai's gaze, directly smashing a large hole in the ground. Daring to casually bring a human to my Thunder Tree Palace, Kuang Shi, are you tired of living? If so, I'll send you on your way right now. A tender shout suddenly came from above, accompanied by a seven-colored light that flashed in front of Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beautiful figure appeared, quietly floating in the air. Although she was reprimanding Kuang Shi, her beautiful eyes were staring at Yang Kai, cold as a blade. Chapter 809. At the same time as this voice sounded, an extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The yuan qi in his body also began circulating uncontrollably to resist the invisible pressure coming from this figure. The other party was a woman, an exceptionally beautiful one at that. She was dressed neatly in a long moon-white dress that wrapped around her enchanting and graceful figure. There were some floral patterns printed on the hem of her dress, giving her a somewhat petite and cute appearance, but the aura she exuded was extremely sharp. Moreover, behind her was a pair of 7-colored wings. These wings were different from Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings. They were more like the wings of a butterfly, wide and flexible, gently fluttering about, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. These wings looked thin and light, but they had obviously been refined by her into something akin to an artifact. The edges of these wings gleamed with a cold light. Yang Kai had no doubt that this pair of wings alone could cut through gold and break stone, comparable to the sharpest weapon in the world. As soon as this woman appeared, the monster race masters who had been paying attention to Yang Kai all wore solemn expressions and respectfully saluted. Saint Realm. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately judged the cultivation of this petite woman with a pair of 7-colored wings. What's more, she was not an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. Being able to cause Yang Kai such a huge amount of pressure, she was at least a second-order saint. No, Kai Dai, master, please listen to my explanation. Kuang Shi, who had been knocked to the ground and smashed into the ground, struggled to his feet, his face swollen and battered, but he didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction and simply shouted anxiously. What's there to explain? Kai Dai stared at Kuang Shi coldly, lightly snorting as she waved her hand and an invisible suction force appeared, pulling all the artifacts and pills in Kuang Shi's arms into her hand. After receiving benefits from a human, you brought him to Thunder Tree Palace. Kuang Shi, you're quite bold. Kai Dai shouted in a low voice. The flapping of the wings on her back seemed to speed up, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold killing intent. Wild Lion's face paled as he kept waving his hands. It's not like that, no, 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 it's like this. This human gave Wild Lion some things and told me to bring him here, but there is a reason. I don't care what your reason is, daring to break the rules set by the great senior, you will die today. Kai Dai coldly snorted, preparing to attack Kuang Shi. Yang Kai hurriedly took a step forward. As soon as he lifted his foot, it seemed to affect the nerves of many Demon Clan experts. In the next moment, countless gazes were fixed on him, and waves of pressure came from all directions like a tide. Yang Kai's flesh and blood wriggled, resisting the pressure that was enough to crush a person to pieces. He slowly put his foot down and took a step forward. All the Yao clan cultivators revealed looks of surprise. They did not expect that Yang Kai would be able to do such a thing with his cultivation. Master Kai Dai, is it? Yang Kai cupped his fists and calmly said, This junior is the new holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai. I asked Brother Kuang to lead me to Thunder Tree Palace because I wish to meet with Great Senior and discuss something important. The new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Kai Dai frowned, seemingly not believing this. Yes, Kai Dai Master, it is precisely because he is from 9 Heavens Holy Land that I brought him here, otherwise, how could I have the courage to do such a thing? Kai Dai Master is wise. Kuang Shi nodded repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, secretly feeling that he had suffered a great loss this time. If he had known Kai Dai would be so angry, he wouldn't have brought Yang Kai to Thunder Tree Palace. Just because you say so. Kai Dai's expression became cold as she shouted, What evidence do you have? The Holy Master's spirit ring is the best evidence. Yang Kai raised the ring on his hand. The monster race masters looked at it for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kai Dai coldly snorted, How can a ring prove your identity? This ring is indeed worn by that man who often visited my Thunder Tree Palace, but how do I know where you obtained it? Then how does Master Kai Dai want me to prove it? Yang Kai stared at her indifferently. Kai Dai spat disdainfully, her body suddenly growing taller as she sat on the tree trunk where the cat-eared woman was, lightly saying, "You don't need to prove anything, since you dared come here, only death awaits you. Kwang Shi, you brought this person here, how to deal with him, you know clearly in your heart, right?" Kwang Shi stared at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding lightly, understood. "Kwang Shi, do your best, don't lose to this human. Come on, dig out his heart, the heart of a human cultivator is the most delicious. If you lose, we'll all look down on you." On the tree trunk, several monster race experts began to shout in high spirits. They sat down as if they were watching a show, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Kwang Shi cursed a few times in his heart, although he was somewhat unwilling, since Kai Dai said so. There was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly look at Yang Kai and say, "Boy, I'm sorry, if you die here, don't blame this Kwang Shi for being too ruthless. Brother Kwang, feel free to make your move." Yang Kai smiled, looking at Kai Dai provocatively. "I also want to see what kind of methods the monster race masters have. Elder sister Kai Dai, this guy is quite interesting, he's not afraid at all." The cat-eared woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Humph, humans like to play tricks the most, he'll be in for a good time," Kai Dai coldly snorted, seemingly having a good understanding of humans. And Kwang Shi will definitely tear him to pieces." The cat-eared woman also nodded. From below, a roar suddenly rang out as Kwang Shi's hair fluttered in the wind, his body like a war chariot, charging straight at Yang Kai, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. Although he did not use any moves, nor did he use any special abilities, the force behind his charge was enough to break through a mountain. Yang Kai intended to test the extent of his strength, standing in place without dodging, his muscles tensed as he raised his hands to meet the attack. Hong. A violent burst of energy erupted. Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force in front of him as his body flew out uncontrollably. His face trembling, Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated Kwang Shi's strength. Just this brute force alone was enough to allow him to stand in an invincible position against many enemies. Stabilizing his body in midair, Yang Kai landed on the ground, retreating a few steps before coming to a stop. "So weak." The cat-eared woman curled her lips, suddenly feeling somewhat disappointed. On the other hand, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes narrowed, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai was not that strong. The energy fluctuations coming from his body were clear to see at a glance. His strength was obviously worse than Kwang Shi's. But after this collision, Kai Dai was surprised to find that although this human had not been able to block the attack, he did not seem to be injured at all. She had thought that Yang Kai would definitely end up with his arms crushed. Interesting, this boy seems to have some skill. Kai Dai's interest was piqued, and she began to pay close attention to him. After sending Yang Kai flying, Kwang Shi seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result, not giving Yang Kai any time to catch his breath, roaring as he once again pounced at Yang Kai, his monster chi releasing an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura. "Brother Kwang, be careful." Yang Kai coldly stared at him as he waved his hand downwards. From the void, a giant golden sword suddenly appeared, carrying with it an irresistible force as it slashed down towards Kwang Shi's head. The giant sword swept through everything in its path, releasing a crackling sound as if it could cut through space itself. Mad Lion, who was running forward, suddenly changed his expression and quickly stopped. The moment the giant sword was about to reach him, he raised his arms to block in front of him. King Chang. The profound heavenly sword struck Kwang Shi's arms, producing a crisp sound as if it had struck metal. The giant golden sword shattered and Kwang Shi's burly body was smashed to the ground, a shallow wound appearing on his arms as blood began to seep out. Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Kuang Shi's arms had actually managed to block the profound heavenly sword's attack. It was clear that his physique was not inferior to a high-grade artifact. The monster race really has some skill. With his arm injured, Kuang Shi turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. After shattering the profound heavenly sword, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his burly body. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's moment of distraction, Kuang Shi flashed behind Yang Kai, his 10 fingers suddenly forming a series of sharp claws as he clawed towards Yang Kai's back. With a single strike, these claws directly split Yang Kai in two. Kuang Shi was stunned for a moment as he faintly felt that something was wrong because just now, he did not feel like he had struck anything, nor was there any trace of blood. Kuang Shi, he's behind you. The cat-eared girl watched anxiously and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai smiled lightly as a spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and before Kuang Shi could turn around, he threw it straight at him. Heaven-punishing spear. Kuang Shi's reaction was also extremely fast. After receiving the cat-eared girl's reminder, he immediately dodged, leapt into the air, and swooped down like a hunting eagle, his monster chi condensing into a sealed space, completely blocking Yang Kai's path of retreat. However, a palm imprint suddenly appeared in front of Kuang Shi's eyes, growing larger and larger, more and more terrifying until it completely covered his eyes, making it impossible for him to see anything else. Heaven-covering hand. Kong, Kuang Shi was sent tumbling a dozen times before crashing to the ground. Atop the tree trunk, the several monster race masters were all dumbfounded. Their cultivations were all quite good, so they could clearly feel that in terms of cultivation and strength, Yang Kai was far inferior to Kuang Shi, but in this battle, Kuang Shi was being toyed with like a toy in the palm of his hand. Not only was he unable to approach his opponent, but he could only take a beating without being able to fight back. This was unacceptable to all of them. While they were in a daze, Kuang Shi had already climbed up from the ground, as if the battle just now had truly enraged him. At this moment, the monster chi in his body was quite unstable, his expression ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, as if he would not rest until he had killed Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also not afraid, simply using his 9 heavens divine skills to deal with this enemy. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used his full strength. This battle with Kuang Shi was simply a show for the owner of the pair of eyes that were paying attention to this place. If he was not mistaken, the owner of those eyes was the monster race great senior.
Chapter 8:10. Yang Kai had fully comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills in the Holy Tomb. All he lacked now was experience and maturity. With Kuang Shi, who was equivalent to a third-order transcendent master, to be his practice partner, Yang Kai couldn't ask for anything better. During the battle, the 9 heavens' divine skills blossomed with astonishing brilliance, and the more they fought, the more proficient Yang Kai became in using them. The monster race masters on the tree trunk all saw that something was wrong. Kuang Shi wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. Elder sister Kai Dai, this human is quite interesting. How can he use so many tricks when fighting? The cat-eared girl's eyes lit up, as if she had just seen something novel, repeatedly praising. Kai Dai gently nodded and patiently explained, humans don't have our monster race's innately strong physique, so they can display some things called martial skills, using the true chi in their bodies. There are even many human martial skills that imitate our monster race's abilities. In the future, when you fight with humans, don't underestimate these, otherwise you will suffer a great loss. And, I'll remember. The cat-eared girl nodded heavily, suddenly becoming excited. Elder sister Kai Dai, can you catch this human and let me play with him? He can use so many tricks, it'll definitely be fun to play with him. Kai Dai was stunned, rubbing her forehead and smiling bitterly. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why? Because. Kai Dai hadn't finished speaking when her expression suddenly became solemn. looking up towards Thunder Tree Palace, as if she had received some kind of order, nodding firmly, yes. Saying so, she stood up and coldly stared down at the battle below, shouting, enough. With this order, Kwang Shi immediately retreated from Yang Kai's side, staring at him with a strange expression, shaking his head. You're quite strong. Fortunately I didn't act rashly a few days ago, otherwise I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. Brother Kwang is too polite, you're not bad yourself. Yang Kai chuckled. That's. Kwang Shi suddenly felt proud of himself, but when he felt Kai Dai's cold eyes looking at him, he immediately turned around and ran away. From afar, his voice sounded out, I'm going to patrol, the forest hasn't been peaceful for a while. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at Kai Dai and smiled, did I pass your test? You think you're so smart. Kai Dai's eyes flashed with disgust as she coldly said, come with me, Great Senior wants to see you. Saying so, she flapped her wings behind her back. Yang Kai nodded and quickly followed behind her, the monster race masters on the tree palace, the tree trunk, Yang Kai's master, and Yang Kai's master's master, but still, Yang's master, Yang Kai. The cat-eared girl simply pursed her lips, looking at Yang Kai with a reluctant expression. As Kai Dai flew higher and higher, the ancient tree really reached the sky, its branches wide and lush. As Kai Dai flew up, Yang Kai saw many monster race masters making holes in the tree trunk, settling down here or building some treehouses on the trunk. The entire ancient tree was like a large family, with monster beasts figures everywhere. Yang Kai inexplicably felt that this place had a unique cohesive force. Throughout the world, there were many monster beast masters, but the number of monster race masters that had gained sentience was very small, so compared to the human race and demon race, the monster race was much more united. Below the Great Senior, everyone was as close as brothers and sisters. Although Kwang Shi seemed to be panicking when he saw Kai Dai, he didn't care too much about formalities. In the monster race, everything that had nothing to do with survival and strength was unnecessary.
There weren't many monster race masters in human form, most of them still maintaining their beast form. Since entering the Beast Sea jungle until now, Yang Kai had seen no more than 10 monster race masters in human form. Every one of them was a master. The higher they flew, the richer the world energy became. Moreover, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the trunk of this ancient tree contained a lot of thunder attribute essence. Probably because it had attracted the power of the ninth heaven's thunder attribute for many years, this 10,000-year thunder devouring wood had been stained with the aura of thunder. After a long time, Yang Kai felt like he and Kai Dai had stepped into the clouds, surrounded by clusters of cotton-like white clouds, within reach of one's hand, a beautiful sight to behold. Amidst these white clouds, there was an exquisitely built wooden house, standing tall on a slanted branch of an ancient tree. A long aura that Yang Kai couldn't help but spread out from the wooden house. Yang Kai secretly shivered. Go in, the Great Senior is waiting for you inside. Kai Dai came to a stop in front of the wooden house and pointed to Yang Kai. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded lightly and stepped inside. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the room. This middle-aged man was quite handsome and wore simple linen clothes. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but on both sides of his forehead, there were 2 short horns that were not even as long as a finger. The pair of horns were red and blue in color and contained rich fire and lightning energy. From time to time, they would flash with a strange light. His true body was a peak 8th order monster beast, the Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, the monster race Great Senior. Yang Kai solemnly said. The Great Senior slowly opened his eyes, staring at Yang Kai faintly, without the slightest intention of looking at him, but under his gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, as if all his secrets were being completely exposed in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly sealed his knowledge sea and restrained his aura. The great senior faintly smiled. Together with his handsome face, he looked somewhat devilish. He asked, "Are you that guy's successor?" And young Kai nodded, knowing that the person this great senior was talking about was the old holy master of 9 heavens holy land. "My cultivation is not as good as his, but my aptitude is good." "Great senior is too kind." "Then why have you come here?" The great senior continued to ask. "The beast sea jungle generally does not allow humans to enter. Those who dare enter have become food for my clansmen. Seeing that you are that guy's successor, I didn't order them to touch you, but if you dare make me unhappy, your end will be very miserable. I have a friendship with that guy, but that doesn't mean I have a friendship with his force, so, you'd best think carefully before you answer." Although the great senior's tone was flat, young Kai could still hear the impatience hidden in his tone. Perhaps the great senior felt he was too young and his cultivation was not enough to speak with him on equal footing. Young Kai just chuckled, not showing any fear as he slowly took out the 2 universe bags he had brought with him and placed them in front of the great senior. "I heard that the old holy master has a good relationship with great senior, so as his successor, this junior naturally came to greet great senior. After all, we may meet again in the future." The monster race great senior sneered, not even glancing at the 2 Chinquan bags as he said disdainfully, "I'm on good terms with him because I recognize his strength." "What part of you can make me recognize? Perhaps in a few hundred years you'll have such qualifications, but right now, you're not." Young Kai frowned. "A few hundred years. It won't take that long, at most 20 to 30 years. I'll be qualified." The monster race great senior sneered lightly and shook his head, arrogant enough. "Then you can come back in 20 to 30 years, provided you can live that long." The great senior had a look of disdain on his face as if young Kai was the kind of person who would die early and be reincarnated early, making young Kai very unhappy. Frowning, young Kai asked, "Great senior, aren't you interested in making an investment deal?" "Investment?" The great senior glanced sideways at young Kai and chuckled, "Invest in you? Why would I do that? I'm not interested in benefits that I can't see." Without waiting for young Kai to answer, the great senior said, "You're having a hard time now, aren't you?" Young Kai nodded lightly and asked suspiciously, "Has great senior heard about the current situation of the Holy Land?" The great senior slowly shook his head. "I have no interest in inquiring about your situation, but that guy came here before he died and predicted the current situation." The old holy master predicted it. Young Kai was stunned. "Yes, he knew he wouldn't live much longer and told me that before he died, he should also get rid of the woman by his side, but in the end, she was a woman who had accompanied him for his entire life, so he couldn't do it. After his death, that woman will definitely stir up the anger of the heavens. I think you should be besieged by many people by now." Young Kai nodded seriously, "So great senior knows the purpose of my trip." The great senior sneered and stood up, "I knew as soon as you came. Unfortunately, I won't help you, even if you can bring a lot of materials to my monster race that we don't have. The reason my monster race has been able to reproduce for so long is not because we only have a few masters, but because we don't intervene in the affairs of other races. Once we leave the beast sea jungle and enter your human territory, the situation will no longer be something I can control. Don't you humans also have a saying called, putting one's own safety before others? For a little benefit, I would put my entire race in danger. Do you think I, as the monster race's great senior, would be so short-sighted?" As he spoke, his eyes became sharp. Young Kai smiled bitterly. "Since great senior understands so thoroughly, I won't say anything more. In fact, whether you help me or not, the people of the Holy Land won't be in any danger, and we've already decided to temporarily give up on the Holy Land. We'll wait until the day we accumulate enough strength to make a comeback. However, I don't want to give the resources of the 9 peaks to outsiders for free. Thinking that Great Senior and the old Holy Master were friends, I wanted to ask you to look after them for a while, so you can take advantage of this opportunity to improve your strength. The monster race Great Senior frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, as if trying to see through his true thoughts at this moment. After pondering for a moment, the Great Senior said, "The spirit arrays of your place are very powerful and the world energy aura is indeed rich. If my clansmen can cultivate there, their strength will grow rapidly, but this alone is not enough. We will not leave the Beast Sea jungle. What if I can leave all the alchemists of the Holy Land with you to assist you in alchemy?" Yang Kai suddenly proposed, "As far as I know, your monster race doesn't have anyone proficient in alchemy. I can even leave all the artifact refiners to you. Before we return, they can provide you with a lot of pills and artifacts. Of course, you'll have to provide materials. I think this shouldn't be difficult for you." Chapter 8:11. The monster race was not proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, but they did not lack materials. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines were directly swallowed by the monster beast and the rare ores were also ignored. If these things could be put to good use, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Although this monster race Great Senior's attitude was very firm at the beginning, stating that he would not intervene in the affairs of the human race, Yang Kai still caught a glimpse of something interesting from his words. He wanted his people to go to the 9 Peaks and use the rich world energy there to cultivate, but the conditions proposed by Yang Kai were not enough to move him. In other words, this Great Senior was a master who would not act until he saw an incentive. As long as there were enough benefits, his insistence would be worthless. Therefore, Yang Kai took this opportunity to propose that the Holy Land's alchemists and artifact refiners stay behind. Sure enough, this Great Senior was greatly moved, but he still hesitated. Yang Kai chuckled, "There is a crystal stone lode inside the 9 Peaks. Before we return, you can mine it as much as you want. No matter how much crystal stone you mine, it will all be yours." The Great Senior suddenly raised his brow and stared at Yang Kai with interest. "All of the proposals you put forward are completely based on the interests of my monster race. Why is that? It's not as simple as just wanting us to guard your home, is it? The main reason is that there is a place I want Great Senior to protect." Yang Kai was silent for a while before suddenly saying, "Because if the 9 Peaks fall into the hands of those people, they may destroy that place. That is not what I want to see. That place should be very important to you." "Yes, but it is of little value to Great Senior and the masters of the monster race," Yang Kai nodded. "Are you so sure that after my people occupy that place, we will return the 9 Peaks after you return?" The Great Senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his eyes filled with a playful light. "Perhaps our president will live there and treat it as his own territory. Since I dared to ask Great Senior to help guard it, naturally I am confident I can take back the 9 Peaks when I return." Yang Kai said confidently, "Moreover, having a good relationship with the Holy Land is also good for you. In the future, you can exchange what you want like before. I want to see how you plan to take back the 9 Peaks from me when the time comes." The Great Senior grinned wickedly. "When the time comes, if you are still not qualified to obtain my approval, not to mention the 9 Peaks, I'll take your life." "So, Great Senior, agree?" Yang Kai asked. "Great." The monster race Great Senior nodded lightly. Yang Kai's offer of all kinds of benefits was tantamount to giving them for free, so how could the Great Senior not agree? Although there was a certain amount of danger in entering the human territory, 9 Heaven's Holy Land was located at the edge of the human territory, and with a master like Yang Kai presiding over it, no one would try to encircle them, so all they needed to do was develop steadily in the 9 Peaks. In his opinion, if Yang Kai wanted to take back the 9 Peaks, he would at least need to have strength equal to his. That would be many years in the future. Perhaps it would be several hundred years. Yang Kai's arrogant claim that he would be able to stand on equal footing with him in 20 to 30 years was not something the great senior would believe. In a few hundred years, his clansmen could obtain unimaginable strength and the crystal stones and ores in the 9 peaks could be completely mined. He could even have the alchemists and artifact refiners of 9 Heavens' Holy Land teach his clansmen alchemy and artifact refining, eliminating the need to rely on outsiders in the future. All kinds of wonderful ideas flashed through Great Senior's mind, making him feel that this deal was not a loss at all. Of course, if they wanted to enter the 9 peaks, they would first have to help 9 Heavens' Holy Land expel their enemies. Great Senior was well aware of this. At that moment, Kai Dai, who had been waiting outside, suddenly walked in with a dignified expression, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai as she quickly said, "Great Senior, there's been an accident at the beast transformation pond." Great Senior's expression sank as he immediately stood up and hurried outside, Kai Dai following closely behind. All of them seemed to have forgotten about Yang Kai all of a sudden. A short time later, Yang Kai heard the sound of people rushing up from the ancient trees as the monster race masters began to descend. Yang Kai waited for a moment with a strange expression before also standing up and flying down in the direction these masters had left. He had always been curious about the unique beast transformation pond of the monster race, wondering what kind of mysterious power it contained that allowed the monster beast to take human form. Although rashly approaching the monster race's core would likely provoke the displeasure of the monster race masters, Yang Kai still decided to take a look. Such an opportunity to broaden one's horizons was rare. The beast transformation pond was not very far from the Thunder Tree Palace, only a dozen or so kilometers away. Inside the mountain valley, a shocking energy fluctuation was being emitted. Gazing around, Yang Kai could even see a series of constantly changing colors in the sky. Bursts of painful beast roars could be heard coming from that direction, causing one's blood to boil and their chests to tighten. When Yang Kai arrived at the beast transformation pond, there were already countless monster beast and monster race masters gathered around it. Each of them had a worried look in their eyes as they stared towards the mountain valley, secretly sweating nervously. Even though Yang Kai had arrived, no one paid any attention to him. Standing among the crowd of beasts, Yang Kai glanced over and suddenly his eyes lit up. Somewhere in the mountain valley, there was a deep pit about 300 meters in diameter. This deep pit was filled with an unknown liquid and a variety of mysterious energies were being emitted from it. This should be the monster race's beast transformation pond. At this moment, inside the beast transformation pond, there was a snow-white, 2-horned monster beast soaking inside. The energy flowing from the liquid was shuttling back and forth inside this monster beast's body, transforming its bones and flesh. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of changes were occurring, but this monster beast was suffering unbearably. Beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race great senior stood there, his monster chi rolling out in all directions, seemingly trying to help the monster beast transform. Unfortunately, it had little effect. With the beast transformation pond as the center, the ground around it flashed with bright energy from time to time, like the lines of some kind of profound spirit array. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a little confused. He had heard that the monster race didn't understand spirit arrays, so how had the spirit array around the beast transformation pond been arranged? Moreover, looking at the methods of this great senior, it was obvious he didn't know anything about spirit arrays either. As his monster chi flowed out, it was incompatible with the flashing energy lines, so even if his cultivation was profound, he couldn't help much. "Hey, why are you here?" Yang Kai was watching intently when a petite figure suddenly flashed beside him and a fresh fragrance wafted out. Yang Kai turned his head and found that there was a young monster race master standing next to him. It was the cat-eared girl who had watched his battle with Guangshi. At this moment, she was staring at Yang Kai with a pair of quite interested eyes, her pair of light blue gem-like eyes filled with curiosity, her mouth curling into a smile, her small canine teeth extremely unique. "Hello." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards her and explained with a smile, "I heard there was some movement here, so I came to see what was going on. You're quite bold, daring to come here, be careful they don't tear you to pieces." The cat-eared girl gestured for a while, as if she really could tear Yang Kai to pieces. "They won't, right?" Yang Kai heard this and his face went black. "Hee hee." The cat-eared girl suddenly giggled like a silver bell as she looked at Yang Kai playfully. "You're scared? Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai immediately understood that he had been tricked by this little girl and curled his lips. "What's going on here?" Yang Kai's question seemed to touch on the cat-eared girl's sore spot, and the smile on her face quickly disappeared as she sighed. "Poor white jade deer, something went wrong while he was transforming. He's probably going to fail." "What went wrong?" "I don't know. When I was transforming, there was also a problem. At that time, it was thanks to Great Senior's help, otherwise, would have failed." "Are the consequences serious? Why do I see such worried looks on your faces?" "Of course it's serious." The cat-eared girl nodded repeatedly. "It's not that he didn't have enough perception, but that he failed because of the beast transformation pond. If he didn't try hard enough and succeed, he would just maintain his original appearance, but if he failed like this, he may not even be able to keep his life. Because of the beast transformation pond. And this situation has happened several times, those guys have all died." The cat-eared girl looked sad. "Hateful guy, why are you here?" At that moment, a tender voice suddenly called out and the monster race master named Kai Dai quickly arrived in front of Yang Kai and the cat-eared girl, shielding the latter behind her as she stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Who allowed you to come here?" "Ah." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I just came here to take a look." "Cat lady, did he do anything to you?" Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai coldly while asking the cat-eared girl behind her. "No, he just wanted to talk to me," the cat-eared girl replied quickly. "Be careful of this human, maybe he'll do something bad to you." "What kind of things?" the cat-eared girl asked curiously, looking extremely innocent. Kai Dai's pretty face blushed slightly as she said, "Catch you and beat you up, then starve you to death." The cat-eared girl suddenly panicked, shooting a look of dread towards Yang Kai, as if for her, this was the most severe torture in the world. "Hey, don't slander me like this," Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Do I look like that kind of person? You know best in your heart whether you do or not." Kai Dai sneered, "Because of Great Senior's order, I didn't do anything to you, you'd better be sensible, otherwise, I don't mind making you behave." Yang Kai said in a depressed tone, "All right, I'll go back to Thunder Tree Palace first and wait for your Great Senior to come back, then we can discuss what we didn't finish before." Saying so, he turned around and prepared to leave. He had also seen the beast transformation pond, so if he continued to stay here, he was afraid it would cause displeasure, so Yang Kai decided to withdraw first. Chapter 8:12. Yang Kai was just about to leave when a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the beast transformation pond, accompanied by a loud sizzling sound as the entire beast transformation pond seemed to boil up and bubble up from below. At the same time, the world energy aura in the mountain valley became chaotic and a huge spirit array flashed around the beast transformation pond. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the step he was about to take immediately came to a halt. Staring towards the location of the beast transformation pond, Yang Kai released his divine sense like a tidal wave and penetrated into the ground. With such a sudden change, Kai Dai didn't seem to be in the mood to continue entangling with Yang Kai. Together with the cat-eared girl, the two of them stared at the beast transformation pond and the white jade deer struggling and howling in pain, a look of deep worry appearing on their faces. Standing beside the beast transformation pond, the monster race great senior's expression became even more dignified as the monster chi gushing out of his body became more and more violent, spreading around the beast transformation pond, but as always, it had little effect. Even someone as strong as the great senior couldn't suppress the violent energy in the beast transformation pond. The white jade deer soaking in the pool wanted to jump out, but it seemed to be grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, unable to escape at all. A series of urgent howls came from its mouth as it stared at the great sage with a pleading look in its eyes, unwilling to part with its life. All of the demon race who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. It was visible to the naked eye that a mysterious force was rampaging through the white jade deer's body, as if countless insects were shuttling through its flesh and blood. From time to time, a large bump would appear on its body, making it look terrifying. Bright red blood flowed out of the white jade deer's 7 orifices as it seemed this 7th-order monster beast, who had reached the qualifications to take human form, was about to explode and die. The monster chi released by the great senior also slowed down a lot as he stared at the white jade deer with a complicated expression, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Everyone realized that this monster race clansman was about to die, so they all stood in place and silently mourned, many of the monster race masters even shedding tears. "Elder Sister Kai Dai, can you find a way to save it?" The cat-eared girl sobbed as she begged Kai Dai. Kai Dai smiled bitterly, stroking her head, helplessly shaking her head. Even the great senior couldn't do anything about it, so what could she do? "Can you let me try? Maybe I can save its life," Yang Kai, who had been secretly observing the beast transformation pond, suddenly said. Kai Dai was startled, looking at him suspiciously, a trace of anger appeared on her charming face, "Relying on a human like you?" Yang Kai stared back at her fearlessly. His eyes were burning. Kai Dai frowned, she didn't know where this human's confidence came from, she disdainfully said, "What ability do you have to save it? Brat, don't think that just because the great senior agreed to some of your conditions, you can do whatever you want. This is the territory of demons, not you humans. If you make me unhappy, I can kill you at any time. If you have the time to talk to me about this, you might as well ask the great senior and see what he thinks." Yang Kai coldly snorted. This Kai Dai had displayed a look of disgust ever since she saw him, which made Yang Kai feel very puzzled, wondering just when he had offended her. "Maybe I can save it, maybe it will still die, but if you keep talking nonsense, your clansmen will definitely die. We humans have a saying called, treating a dead horse as a living horse. I don't know if you've ever heard of it." Feeling the power contained in his divine sense, all the monster race masters present paled, even the great senior couldn't help muttering, "Conflagrated knowledge see." Kai Dai, who was walking over, also came to a stop, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yang Kai's divine sense burst out to the fullest, no longer able to conceal his divine sense cultivation. His spiritual energy was comparable to that of a first-order saint, and it was a special kind of spiritual energy. Like Mercury, Yang Kai's divine sense penetrated into the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. No one knew what Yang Kai was doing, all they could feel was his divine sense shuttling back and forth in a fairly regular pattern. With the beast transformation pond as its center, from time to time, bright energy lines would flash across the ground. The white jade deer was still in the same state as before, howling miserably in pain. Its flesh and blood squirmed irregularly, and cracking sounds came from its bones. The mysterious power surging in its body was gradually causing it to step into the misfortune of being smashed into pieces. The pair of deer's eyes were filled with beads of blood, which continued to roll down its face, a terrifying sight to behold, but it still stared at Yang Kai with a strange look in its eyes, as if it was looking at its last life-saving straw, full of anxious expectation and pleading. Yang Kai remained unmoved, his divine sense surging faster and faster. Gradually, all the monster race masters felt that the chaotic energy in the beast transformation pond seemed to be stabilizing, as if it was being smoothed out by a giant invisible hand. Everyone's eyes lit up, even Kai Dai, who was still prejudiced against Yang Kai, couldn't help showing a look of concern and expectation, because he had done something even the great senior had failed to do. Come on! Mao Nyang cheered for the white jade deer while paying close attention to Yang Kai, feeling extremely nervous. As soon as a good sign appeared, it became more and more uncontrollable. As time passed, the number of bubbles rising from the beast transformation pond gradually decreased and the chaotic energy slowly stabilized. The white jade deer, who was soaking in the pond water, no longer seemed to be in pain and instead showed a look of enjoyment. Did he really do it? Kai Dai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief, somewhat absent-minded. The surrounding monster race masters were all dumbfounded, holding their breaths as they watched, but even more so, they were filled with excitement and joy. They were happy that the white jade deer had escaped death. After half an hour, everything became calm again. 2 hours later, the white jade deer that was soaking in the pond suddenly showed signs of its flesh wriggling and its bones cracking. It seemed to be enduring some kind of inhumane torture as it let out a series of hurried howls of agony. However, the monster race masters who saw this scene not only didn't show the slightest worry, but instead showed looks of pleasant surprise. Because they knew that the white jade deer was about to transform. Sure enough, as its flesh wriggled and its bones cracked, the white jade deer's beast form gradually began to transform into a human form. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and took in this magical scene, marveling in amazement. The transformation process lasted for a long time. When a naked young man with a pair of antlers on his forehead appeared in the beast transformation pond, all the monster race masters couldn't help bursting into cheers. The great senior standing at the edge of the beast transformation pond stretched out his hand and wrapped the young man in a robe he had prepared, pulling him out of the beast transformation pond. The young man fell to his knees, his whole body trembling violently as he gasped for breath. After a while, he staggered up and turned his head to look around at the world around him, like a newborn baby, his bright eyes filled with curiosity. There's one more, he. Mao Nyang rushed up and patted the young man's head, a look of joy on her face. Good. The young man turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his immature face filled with gratitude. Don't worry, Mao Nyang comforted softly, wait a few days until you recover, elder sister will teach you how to speak. The young man gently nodded, appearing quite obedient. Kai Dai, take him back to rest, the great senior ordered. Kai Dai gently nodded, shooting a complicated look towards Yang Kai before leading the young man in the direction of Thunder Tree Palace with Mao Nyang. Chapter 8:13. At the edge of the beast transformation pond, the great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent as he said, recover for a while, we'll talk later. Yang Kai smiled and nodded before sitting down cross-legged. In front of the great senior, Yang Kai's divine sense continued to penetrate into the beast transformation pond, seemingly trying to comprehend something. The great senior noticed this but did not stop him, instead just waving his hand and ordering his clansmen who had gathered around to watch the fun to disperse. Looking at Yang Kai meditating with his eyes closed, the great senior's mouth curled slightly, feeling that he might be able to figure out some of the secrets he had been trying to figure out for years. And this secret had actually been discovered by a human. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. This little brat, the great senior shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that he had underestimated his ability. On top of that, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge. See, this secret was simply too shocking. Yang Kai sat there for a day and a night, recovering while exploring the mysteries of the beast transformation pond. The great senior became impatient and had long since returned to Thunder Tree Palace. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, only Kai Dai was left at the edge of the beast transformation pond. This monster race beauty with a pair of 7-colored wings was looking at Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes. When their 4 eyes met, Kai Dai's expression suddenly became a little unnatural and she quickly looked away. Kai Dai, Master. Yang Kai nodded to her and stood up. Have you recovered? Kai Dai asked faintly. Yang Kai nodded, not knowing if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that this woman's hostility towards him seemed to have lessened a lot. Since you've recovered, come with me, the great senior has been waiting for you. Kai Dai said, flapping her wings and leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. None of them spoke along the way, but when they arrived at the Thunder Tree Palace, the monster beast and monster race masters all stood up, all of them looking at Yang Kai with a kind expression, none of them showing the rejection they had when Yang Kai first arrived here. It seemed that because Yang Kai had saved the white jade deer, he had won their collective goodwill. The monster race really is united. Yang Kai praised inwardly. This kind of situation would likely never occur in any of the human race's great forces. At most, Yang Kai would only gain the goodwill of a select few, but here in the monster race, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore, all of them treating him as the most honorable guest they had ever seen. Arriving at the top of the Thunder Tree Palace, in front of the great senior's room, Kai Dai stopped. Go in. Thank you very much. Yang Kai smiled and walked into the house. Hey! Kai Dai suddenly shouted. What? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and was surprised to find that her expression was somewhat difficult. Her pink lips wriggled a few times before she mumbled, thank you. After saying that, he flew down quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, shaking his head as he walked into the great senior's room. Inside, the great senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said kindly, sit down. Saying so, he glanced towards the door and said, you are the first human to have obtained Kai Dai's approval. Even when your Holy Land's old Holy Master came here many times, she never gave him a good look. Oh. Then I'm really honored. Yang Kai raised his brow. The great senior smiled and shook his head, but don't blame her for being prejudiced against you, there is a reason for this. Saying so, he handed over a jar of wine, let's drink and talk, this wine was also brought here by your old Holy Master. Our monster race isn't good at these things. Yang Kai took a sip, and frowned, I have something better, do you want to try? Give it to me. The great senior said without any trace of politeness. Yang Kai chuckled, took out a jar of wine from the black book space, and filled the great senior's cup. The great senior frowned and curled his lips, you little brat, I originally thought you were somewhat pleasing to the eye, how can you be so stingy now? Your old Holy Master brought hundreds and thousands of jars of wine here, this king also drank them all, what do you mean by pouring me this small cup? Yang Kai's face went black, this wine, I only have half a jar left, how can I drink it so freely? The great senior snorted and curled his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face as he picked up the cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, the great senior's expression changed, his brow furrowing slightly as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, all of his dissatisfaction disappearing. After a while, he smacked his lips and said, good wine. This is much better than the wine your old Holy Master brought, come here, fill this cup again. Saying so, he handed the cup back to Yang Kai and urged him to drink. Yang Kai generously filled his cup and the great senior drank it all in one gulp. After drinking 3 cups in a row, the great senior burped in satisfaction. "Was this wine made by you?" the great senior asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "It was brewed by one of my martial uncles." "Great senior, you should try it, don't expect too much, this thing takes at least 50 years to brew." 50 years. The great senior secretly clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Your martial uncles are really interesting, spending 50 years just to brew this jar of wine. But it's worth it, this wine isn't simple." Yang Kai smiled lightly and took a sip. His cultivation and strength were not as good as the great senior's, so he couldn't drink as fiercely as he did. The energy contained in the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu martial ant couldn't be underestimated. If one drank too much of it, they would become drunk. "Great senior just mentioned Kai Dai's master, what's wrong with her?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Oh, her." The great senior thought for a moment before replying. Before she transformed, she was caught by a human. Because her true form is that of a rainbow illusionary butterfly, she is naturally rare and beautiful, so that human kept her as a pet. Although she wasn't abused, she saw a lot of things that she hated. And the person who caught her wasn't a good person, so she has never had a good impression of humans. So it was like that, Yang Kai finally understood why Kai Dai hated him so much. "It's all in the past," the great senior laughed. Great senior chuckled. "Many years ago, when this king went out to play, I saw her and saved her. Then there's no need to mention it." The great senior nodded lightly and no longer said anything. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. The great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before saying, "About what happened before, are you ready to explain it to me?" "What does great senior want to know?" "What do you know?" The great senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai frowned. "I know the general idea." "How do you know?" "Even I haven't been able to understand the mysteries below the beast transformation pond." The great senior's expression suddenly became solemn. "Because it is a natural spirit array." "Great senior isn't proficient in spirit arrays, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Presumably, great senior has also investigated. There is an earth vein at the bottom of this mountain valley that stretches through the ground. A huge amount of energy flows through this earth vein, and the beast transformation pond is the external manifestation of this earth vein. However, the beast transformation pond seems to contain another mysterious power that I haven't figured out yet, but it seems to be able to help your monster race achieve human form." "Explain it in detail," the great senior quickly said. "I won't hide it from great senior, I am actually an alchemist. The natural spiritual array below is somewhat similar to the spiritual array I use to refine pills. However, that spiritual array is formed by the convergence of countless small spiritual arrays. It is extremely profound and complex. When your monster race achieve human form, it is basically equivalent to an alchemist performing alchemy. What is the relationship between the two?" The great senior was confused. "The beast transformation pond is the furnace, the earth vein is the spirit array, and the pond water is the medicinal catalyst. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills. And, when performing alchemy, a variety of herbs are gathered together to produce some magical and subtle changes, allowing the medicinal liquids to condense into pills. This is also the case when you achieve human form. When you enter the beast transformation pond, you will be in your beast form, but when certain conditions are met, your flesh and blood will change and you will be in your human form when you come out." The great senior frowned as he muttered to himself, seemingly carefully digesting what Yang Kai had just said. Although his strength was exquisite and his cultivation was profound, when faced with the alchemy territory, he was still somewhat at a loss. After a long time, the great senior helplessly said, I only understand half of what you said, it's not easy to explain. If great senior is willing to learn alchemy, it shouldn't take him more than 8 or 10 years to fully understand. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. However, great senior's monster chi isn't suitable for alchemy. I don't need to understand alchemy, I just need to understand how the spirit array below the beast transformation pond works. If I'm not mistaken, the reason my clansmen often experience accidents when they achieve human form is because the natural spirit array is damaged, right? And I was able to repair it, so I was able to save that white jade deer. Yang Kai nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, and, after the crisis of my 9 heavens holy land is resolved, how about I teach great senior the relevant spirit array? What condition? The great senior narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, somewhat vigilant. Haha, for any alchemist or artifact refiner, the spirit array they master is a core secret and will not be easily divulged. Doing so will cause me great losses. How does great senior intend to compensate me? The great senior glared at Yang Kai angrily for a moment before cursing, hateful. As long as you can teach me that spirit array, my monster race will owe you a favor. News of Yang Kai's return soon spread, and after Su Hui and the other saints heard about it, they quickly gathered. Inside the main hall, all 6 of the Holy Land saints were present, as well as Enling, the only remaining saintess. All of them stared at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for him to speak. Things have gone smoothly. The monster race's great senior has agreed to help you solve this urgent need. Of course, there will be a price to pay. Su Hui and the other saints' spirits shook as they felt this was quite incredible. Although they had agreed to Yang Kai's plan and proposal before, none of them had placed much hope in it. It was only because he was the new Holy Master's face that they didn't dare to object. The one they had to come in contact with was the monster race's great senior, not an easy character to deal with. None of them had expected that in less than 10 days, Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter. That monster race great senior, what kind of price does he want us to pay? Su Hui asked suspiciously. While you're recuperating, all the alchemists and artifact refiners in the Holy Land have to stay behind and serve them. And they will also mine the crystal stone vein in the 9 peaks. Whatever they mine will belong to them. Only these 2 conditions. Only these 2. The 6 saints looked at each other and relaxed. The crystal stone lode being mined by them was a matter of course. If the Holy Land's people temporarily evacuated from this place, the crystal stone lode would definitely fall into the hands of their enemies. Rather than that, it was better to let the monster race take advantage of them. Leaving behind the alchemists and artifact refiners to serve them didn't matter, as long as they were properly arranged and not discovered by others, they wouldn't cause any trouble to the Holy Land. These 2 simple conditions were within the acceptable range of everyone. In this way, rather than saying that 9 Heavens Holy Land was asking for help from the monster race, it would be more accurate to say that they were using the monster race's strength to deal a heavy blow to their enemies. However, this wolf would not be easy to deal with. If the monster race really took root inside the 9 peaks, it would likely take some effort to drive them away. Su Hui and the other saints didn't want to think too far ahead. No matter what, this was the new Holy Master's decision, all they needed to do was follow. When the day came when the new Sacred Lord grew up, taking back the 9 peaks would be just a matter of time. Watching Yang Kai travel to the monster race for the Holy Land during this time, Su Hui felt more and more that the new Holy Master had become more and more interested in the Holy Land's affairs. According to this momentum, he would definitely be willing to inherit the position of Holy Master. Feeling so happy, Su Hui didn't even care about the current disaster the Holy Land was facing. Great Elder, I saw traces of an attack on the Nine Peaks barrier. While I was away, did they take action? Yang Kai asked Su Hui, who was still in a daze. Su Hui quickly nodded. Just a day ago, they should have just made a tentative attack, but after noticing that the Nine Peaks Spirit Array had been activated, they gave up. However, judging from their current situation, I'm afraid it will only be a day or two before they launch a large-scale attack. There's still time. You can start arranging the evacuation of the disciples now. Have them all make preparations and inform me when they are ready. Yes, Su Hui and the others nodded solemnly. Although Yang Kai had some friendship with the monster race great senior and even had him owing him a favor, he felt that leaving the Holy Land's people here to coexist with the monster race would not lead to any good results, so he had to evacuate as soon as possible, lest any unpleasantness occur and ruin all his previous efforts. What's more, the place he chose for the Holy Land's people was very suitable for them to enter secluded retreat. The elders and protectors began to busy themselves while Ling followed Yang Kai and explained to him another use of the Holy Master Spirit Ring. The Holy Master Spirit Ring was the symbol of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Only with it could one open up places that were normally impossible to open, such as the Treasury or the Nine Peaks Spirit Array. However, this was not the only function it had. By using the Holy Master Spirit Ring, the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land could use the Nine Peaks Spirit Array to amplify the power of his Nine Heavens' divine skills by several times. Each of the Nine Peaks contained some kind of mysterious energy that corresponded to the essence of the Nine Heavens' divine skills. When the Holy Master of the Holy Land fought on the Nine Peaks, as long as his cultivation was high enough, it could be said that he was almost invincible. Learning of this, Yang Kai's spirit shook and he quickly immersed himself in studying the Holy Master Spirit Ring, discovering that there were indeed some unknown secrets inside it. Yang Kai's confidence in the upcoming war grew. Yang Kai also took some time to visit Nine Heavens' Holy Land's warehouse and swept everything into his black book space without any trace of politeness. In any case, the people of the Holy Land would be temporarily evacuated. Leaving these things here would only benefit outsiders, so he might as well take them himself. Yang Kai had no qualms about taking them. With all kinds of herbs, ores, artifacts, and crystal stones, Yang Kai suddenly became extremely rich. 2 days later, at dawn, Yang Kai, who was meditating with his eyes closed in his room, suddenly felt a burst of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere in the Nine Peaks. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai stared in that direction coldly. It's here. The masters who had gathered here finally couldn't hold back and were preparing to attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai strode out. Outside his room, Su Hui and the others stood in a row, all of them wearing solemn expressions, seemingly waiting for Yang Kai. Everyone's expression was dignified, some were nervous while others shared a common enemy. Seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them bowed respectfully. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Let's go take a look and see who is so eager to die. Su Hui and the others' eyes flashed as they quickly nodded and followed behind Yang Kai. They found that after returning from the monster race, Yang Kai no longer seemed to reject them. Although he had not personally admitted it, whether it was his actions or words, they were all guided by his identity as the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Perceiving this, everyone's spirits were lifted, faintly feeling that there was still hope for the Holy Land. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated between the Nine Peaks. Layers of ripples constantly appeared on the barrier at a certain location, but it remained impregnable. No matter how fiercely those people attacked it, there were no signs of damage. The Holy Master's spirit ring was in Yang Kai's possession, and he was the one who opened the Nine Peaks barrier, so it could be said that there was a subtle connection between him and this barrier. Any attack that hit the barrier, Yang Kai could feel it 100 times more clearly than Su Hui and the others. These attacks were only the work of a few transcendent realm cultivators. The Saint Realm Masters had not contributed at all. Yang Kai understood. A short time later, the group of people arrived at the edge of the Nine Peaks and stood high up in the air, looking down. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling, so many people. Chapter 8:15. Outside the Nine Peaks barrier, there was a large crowd of people. There were at least a few thousand people gathered here. It seemed that the three great forces had roped in a lot of helpers during this time. Yang Kai watched calmly as he released his divine sense and soon discovered that among these thousands of people, there were three large groups with the largest number of people, immediately understanding that they were Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. In addition to these three large groups, there were also a number of other forces, each of them occupying a certain position and coldly staring towards the Nine Peaks. After seeing Su Hui and the others appear, the cultivator who was attacking the barrier quickly retreated while the others also showed a look of dread. A centipede dies but never falls down. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land was now on the decline, it was still a powerful force that had existed for countless years. Whether it was in terms of history or heritage, it was far more powerful than any of the other forces present. This deterrent force was still there. In particular, they knew that if they couldn't destroy Nine Heaven's Holy Land this time, when it rose up again, none of the forces present would be able to escape. Every Holy Land's Holy Master was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. This was almost a legend. Throughout the entire Tongxian realm, with the exception of a limited number of great forces, no force dared to guarantee that their disciples would be able to reach such a level. Facing such a force, everyone was more or less afraid. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, the number of Saint Realm Masters present was clear at a glance. There were at least 15. 2 of them were second-order saints while the rest were first-order saints. In terms of numbers and cultivation, Nine Heaven's Holy Land was at an absolute disadvantage. Su Hui, I have known you for nearly 100 years, but it wasn't until today that this old master learned that you were born in the year of the turtle. What's wrong? Do you think that by hiding in the barrier of the Nine Peaks, you will be safe and sound? Do you think that by doing so, you will be able to wash away the sins of the previous generation saintess? One of the 3 large groups, an old man who was the leader of the group, shouted. As soon as his voice fell, it caused countless people to roar with laughter, shouting at the same time, ridiculing and cursing him. Su Hui's expression remained indifferent as he coldly asked, Zhang Ao, why are you acting like this? Hearing him call him that, Yang Kai's expression changed and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at the old man. Zhang Ao, a master from Shattering Mystical Palace, a second-order saint. Su Hui had said a few days ago that among these 3 forces, the only one Yang Kai needed to pay attention to was Zhang Ao. He didn't put the others in his eyes, but this Zhang Ao had the same cultivation as him, so if they really fought, victory or defeat was uncertain. How is this old man? Zhang Ao coldly snorted, this old master has brought a group of friends to your Nine Heaven's Holy Land today to seek justice for their dead relatives and friends. Justice? Su Hui's eyes flashed with disdain, a despicable villain like you dares to talk about justice. Whether or not this old man is despicable is not for you to judge. Zhang Ao sneered, your previous generation saintess was out there slaughtering countless innocent lives, yet you Nine Heaven's Holy Land people just hide here and don't care. Where is the justice for those who have died? Did they ever provoke your Nine Heaven's Holy Land? What wrong have they done to offend you? It could even be said that they don't even know you. That's right, you allowed the previous generation saintess to continue tormenting innocent lives. You need to give us an explanation for this. If you don't capture the previous generation saintess and kill her, we'll destroy your 9 heavens holy land today. From what I can see, they're all cut from the same cloth. Perhaps the previous generation saintess was sent out by them to harm others. The crowd of heroes became furious and began shouting one after another. Although the words spoken were unpleasant to the ears, most of them were true. Su Hui and the other elders who heard them were furious, but they couldn't refute them. It wasn't that they didn't want to pay attention to Saintess Nan, but rather that they didn't have the strength. The old Holy Master had died, and the only remaining Saintess and future Holy Master had been brought back by them from the Demon Land, so how could they have the time or energy to deal with Saintess Nan? What's more, Saintess Nan was proficient in the 9 heavens divine skills, so Su Hui and the others weren't her opponent at all. Last time, when Saintess Nan had attacked, they had spent a great deal of effort to force her back, destroying countless of the Holy Land's foundations and killing many of its disciples. Taking in the expressions of Su Hui and the others, Zhang Ao became even more arrogant, repeatedly shouting for Su Hui and the others to hand over the hidden Saintess Nan so they could kill her in front of everyone to appease the souls of the innocent people who had died tragically in heaven. Su Hui and the others had no way to defend themselves. The Saintess had not killed a single person when she was alive, but after her death, she had slaughtered millions of corpses. This was a secret hidden by the Holy Land, so even if they tried to explain it now, no one would believe them. Zhang Ao, do you really want to be so vicious? When the old Holy Master was alive, he treated your shattering mystical palace very well. Su Hui shouted angrily before turning to the side and asking, Chao Guan, Wizard Jia, do the two of you want to do the same? Of the two people named, Chao Guan was the temple master of War Spirit Temple while Wizard Jia was the sect master of Netherworld sect. Both of them were first-order saints. Chao Guan chuckled, Great Elder is too polite. Chao Guan, only recognize reason, wherever there is reason, that is where I will stand. Wizard Jia was a thin man with pale skin. He cultivated some kind of evil secret art and the black robe that wrapped his body gave off a dark green aura, making it so that no one could see within a few dozen meters of him. Hearing Zhang Ao's question, Wizard Jia grinned and said, My Netherworld sect only takes someone's money to solve their problems. If Great Elder can afford it, Wizard Jia is willing to help you right now. Wizard Jia. Zhang Ao glared at him gloomily, enough with the jokes. Wizard Jia grinned strangely and shrugged his shoulders, no longer saying anything. Zhang Ao sneered, Su Hui, you just said that the old Holy Master treated us well, but I'd like to ask you something. Every year, our 3 forces must offer a variety of cultivation materials to 9 heavens holy land, but 7 years ago, when this old master wanted to enter your 9 peaks 4 symbols cave to cultivate, he was refused. How is that not being treated well? Su Hui slowly shook his head, your tribute is not false, but have you ever considered that without the protection of my old holy master, would your 3 forces have been able to develop so smoothly? That great senior of the Beast Sea jungle would have already eradicated you. Don't even mention that great senior. Zhang Ao shouted angrily, his expression becoming violent, Don't think I don't know that your old holy master has a good relationship with that monster race great senior and often goes to that Beast Sea jungle. Humans and monsters cannot coexist. Daring to commit such treacherous acts, aren't you afraid of retribution? Every year, there are disciples from my 3 sects who disappear for no reason, all of them being captured by those monster race bastards. An uproar broke out as many of the masters who had been enticed by Zhang Ao's words wore shocked expressions, as if they had heard some extremely incredible news. All of them turned to Zhang Ao and began asking questions. Zhang Ao laughed and said, "And, the old holy master of 9 heavens holy land really has a good relationship with that monster race great senior. This old master has personally seen him enter and leave the beast sea jungle several times and even capture a monster beast, using a secret technique to see the memories of that monster beast. This is not something this old master is trying to smear on their heads." After receiving such an answer, the masters who were still hesitating suddenly became firm. Hatred towards other races made them feel that 9 heavens holy land really wasn't a good thing, and with Zhang Ao saying such a big thing and Su Hui not refuting it, it was obvious he was telling the truth. In an instant, all kinds of hateful gazes began to sweep across Su Hui and the others. "Su Hui, why didn't you ask that monster race great senior to come help your 9 heavens holy land?" Zhang Ao looked at Su Hui triumphantly, his expression filled with ridicule. "That monster race great senior is a third-order saint. If he takes action, I think we can only retreat. Isn't your old holy master a good friend of his? Does the monster race also understand that a person dying is like a lamp going out?" Su Hui's face went from blue to white. Obviously he was greatly angered, but he couldn't refute this accusation, only feeling his blood boil. "It's useless to say anything to them," Yang Kai suddenly said. "There's no need to waste words with them. The more you argue, the more difficult it will become for the Holy Land. After all, Saintess Nan's situation is indeed the Holy Land's responsibility." And Su Hui nodded sadly. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai stepped forward a few steps and arrived in front of Su Hui and the others. Several thousand pairs of eyes stared at him, all of them showing puzzled expressions, none of them understanding why this young man stood up at this time. Speaking of which, when the people from 9 heavens holy land first appeared, many people had been staring at Yang Kai suspiciously. Su Hui and the others were obviously masters from 9 heavens holy land, so it was only natural for them to appear at this critical juncture. And Ling was the saintess of 9 heavens holy land. This was something these people had all heard of, but Yang Kai's origins and identity were something they couldn't guess. So young, yet standing side by side with Su Hui and the others, and Su Hui's attitude towards him was also quite polite. Chapter 8:16. What's more, Saintess Nan had been killing people for 2 years now, not asking for their reason or identity. As long as she saw them, she would immediately kill them, as if her heart was filled with nothing but murderous intent. But before this, all of them had heard that this old saintess of 9 heavens holy land was a kind-hearted person. Compared to her, it was as if she was a completely different person. The matter of Saintess Nan attacking 9 heavens holy land a few days ago was also true. In the end, none of them were willing to become enemies with 9 heavens holy land. "Boy, you're spouting nonsense." Zhang Ao glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "You said that Saintess Nan is dead. How can a dead person kill people? What a joke. Do you think we're all fools, waiting to be manipulated by you?" "That's right, since she's dead, how could she do such a thing? Then why is the Holy Land making things difficult for all of you? What good is it to the Holy Land to have Saintess Nan kill people outside?" Yang Kai retorted. Zhang Ao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a while. Most of the great forces here had come here because of Saintess Nan, all of them wanting the Holy Land to give them a proper explanation. The ones who really wanted to eradicate 9 heavens holy land were the 3 forces led by Zhang Ao. They were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to act. "Boy, I won't waste time with you. Who do you think you are to talk to this old master?" Zhang Ao disdainfully snorted. "The only one who is qualified to speak to this old master is Su Hui." "Su Hui, have you gone senile? Actually expecting a little brat to stand up for you? How laughable. I'm not qualified." Yang Kai grinned, "Sorry, but I really am." Zhang Ao frowned, not understanding what he meant. "I am the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, do you think I'm not qualified?" Yang Kai looked down at Zhang Ao and said lightly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone went silent and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. On the other hand, Su Hui and the others were all shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Kai's back, shouting in their hearts. He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He admitted that he was the new master of the Holy Land in front of thousands of people. Su Hui even had the urge to throw his head back and laugh wildly. During this time, he had been trying very hard to make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging to Nine Heavens Holy Land, but Yang Kai had stubbornly refused to budge. Although after returning from the monster race territory, Su Hui had felt that Yang Kai's attitude had changed somewhat, but it wasn't until now that he had finally calmed down. If he were to admit it in front of so many people, his status as the new Holy Master was already set in stone. He would not be able to go back on his word in the future. At this moment, all of the Holy Land's masters, including Su Hui, felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. Feeling extremely gratified, even the difficulties in front of them seemed somewhat trivial. Yu Ying was a beautiful woman, and her charming face glowed with radiance. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigor. Vaguely, they seemed to see the fallen pillars of the Holy Land standing up again, supporting the foundation of the 9 peaks. New Sacred Master. Zhang Ao's face suddenly went pale as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple also frowned, his eyes becoming cold. The Wizard of Netherworld Sect, Tribulation, let out a low chuckle, muttering to himself in a voice no one could hear, "Interesting, all of our efforts to draw water with a bamboo basket, there's actually a new Holy Master." These 3 forces had gathered together to recruit masters from all over the world, not just to destroy Nine Heavens Holy Land and occupy its foundation, but also to obtain the inheritance of Nine Heavens Holy Land. This was an inheritance that could guarantee one could smoothly break through to the Third Order Saint Realm. Who wouldn't covet it? As long as they could conquer Nine Heavens Holy Land, capture Enling her, and combine their elite disciples with her, it would only take them a few dozen years to produce a top master. At that time, their forces would be able to completely reverse the situation and become an existence not inferior to Nine Heavens Holy Land. So when they heard Yang Kai say this, whether it was Zhang Ao or Chao Guan, both of them couldn't help feeling frustrated and annoyed that the treasure they coveted had been snatched away by someone else. "Su Hui, is what he said true?" Zhang Ao asked, his expression becoming fierce. Su Hui stepped forward and said solemnly, My Holy Land already had a new Holy Master more than half a year ago, but these days we have been busy dealing with external and internal problems, so we haven't announced it to the public yet. Now that things have progressed to this point, we no longer need to conceal it." Hearing this, Zhang Ao suddenly felt a little disheartened. His biggest goal had now been destroyed, and even if he could conquer Nine Heavens Holy Land, he would not be able to obtain that mysterious inheritance. Seeing Zhang Ao's dispirited appearance, Chao Guan quickly sent him a divine sense message, upon which Zhang Ao's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully towards Yang Kai. Obviously, he had found a new goal. As long as he could capture Yang Kai and Enling her, the inheritance would fall into his hands. The crowd began discussing this matter, many of the younger generation envious of Yang Kai's good luck, because once he became the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, it meant he would reach the heavens in a single bound. No matter what he did before, what kind of cultivation he had, or what his aptitude was, in the future he would definitely stand high above the clouds and overlook the world, becoming an overlord. Envy gradually turned into jealousy as they glared at Yang Kai with hatred, all of them thinking that this kind of good luck should have fallen upon them instead of this little brat of unknown origin. A few kilometers away, in a gathering of forces, two beautiful women stared towards Yang Kai, one of them with a look of curiosity and suspicion on her pretty face while the other's face was flushed red and her breathing gradually quickened, clearly somewhat excited. Hey, Yun Xian, why do I feel like this new holy master of 9 heavens holy land is the same person? Guan Xian Yu of Bold Independent Union called out to Yun Xian as if she had discovered a new world. Look, don't they look alike? They look alike, but it shouldn't be him, right? Yun Xian pursed her red lips. He should be dead already. Who saw him die? Guan Xian Yu frowned. We only saw him being taken away. But if he's not dead, why hasn't he contacted me all this time? Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a little lost as a figure she had been thinking about for a long time appeared in her mind. This figure gradually overlapped with the new holy master in front of her, becoming almost identical. Her heart couldn't help trembling as she wondered if it was really him. Separated by a few kilometers, Yun Xian couldn't see him clearly, so for a moment she couldn't be sure. Guan Xian Yu coldly snorted, that little brat must be a womanizer. After toying with you, he abandoned you, so how could he possibly come looking for you again? Don't speak so loudly. Yun Xian was startled, glancing over at the two middle-aged men next to her and lowering her voice. Don't let my father hear, he still doesn't know. Guan Xian Yu snorted disdainfully. I think that person is definitely him. How could there be two people so similar in this world? Unless they're twins. He doesn't care about you anymore. Do you still want to protect him? I'm not protecting him. Yun Xian's expression became bitter as she continued to stare at Yang Kai. The more she stared, the more she couldn't look away. Whether it was his figure, voice, or temperament, he was exactly the same as the one in her memory, causing her heart to ache a little. Then do you dare come with me to confirm it? Guan Xian Yu asked. If you get closer, you should be able to see clearly, right? Now. Of course, right now. Saying so, Guan Xian Yu grabbed Yun Xian's arm and dragged her towards the source of the sound. Xian, Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yun Qing called out, where are you going? Union Master, we're going to watch the fun, we'll be back soon. Guan Xian Yu turned around and replied before quickly disappearing. Yun Qing shook his head helplessly and couldn't help glancing over at the middle-aged man standing next to him and asking, Ji Yan, you've been staring at that new holy master with a thoughtful expression on your face, have you noticed something? Hearing this, Ji Yan quickly replied, Union Master, do you remember a major event I reported to you a few years ago? A few years ago. The year my Raging Flame City was destroyed was also the year Union Master and the young lady reconciled, Ji Yan said. You're talking about that? Of course I remember, Yun Qing nodded lightly. That year, under Bold Independent Union, a city had been destroyed and their losses had been heavy, but what made Yun Qing happy was that his daughter, who had never spoken to him, had finally returned to him. Ji Yan was Raging Flame City's city lord and it was he who had brought Yun Xian back to Bold Independent City at that time. What's wrong? Yun Qing was puzzled. Ji Yan stared at Yang Kai for a moment before taking a deep breath and whispering, Union Master, if I'm not mistaken, this new holy master of 9 heavens holy land is the young man who was captured by the coffin-carrying man. What? Yun Cheng's expression changed. Are you sure? Ji Yan nodded. It's definitely him because he came to Raging Flame City with the young lady at that time, so my impression of him was quite deep. I think the young lady should have also discovered something, so I wanted to get closer to observe him. Didn't they say he was dead? Yun Qing suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. This matter was related to the mysterious coffin-carrying man. If this news were to spread, it would shake the world. The coffin-carrying man had existed for countless years and everyone wanted to unravel his secrets, but no one had been able to do so and no one knew where he was hiding. If this new holy master was really the one who was captured that year, he must know more secrets than anyone else, perhaps even where the coffin-carrying man was hiding. We all thought he was dead. But now it seems that not only is he alive and well, he has also inherited the position of Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yun Chang's face twitched as he couldn't help feeling a bit pained. Because this new Holy Master may have once been a disciple of bold independent union. But isn't his strength progressing a bit too quickly? Ji Yan secretly muttered, when I first met him, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, but now, after only 4 or 5 years, he has already reached the second order transcendent realm, on par with me. Just how did he cultivate? The young lady taking a fancy to him is not unreasonable. Chapter 8:17. You said Xian, Yun Chang heard this and frowned thoughtfully. Is there something between her and this person? Ji Yan let out a hollow laugh, then, according to my observations at the time, but because we all thought he was dead, we didn't report this matter to Union Master. Please punish us. Yun Chang slowly shook his head. It's fine, Xian, is a big girl now. It's inevitable she will have someone she likes. No wonder when she returned to bold independent city, she was so depressed for a while. I thought she couldn't let go of her past and had some kind of gap with me, but I didn't think it was because of this. According to your observations, how does this person treat Xian, Ji Yan respectfully said, not bad, he doesn't show much concern for her, but as for young people, Oh. Yun Chang laughed, if that's the case, if Nine Heavens' Holy Land doesn't fall this time, then my bold independent union will have an opportunity. What does Union Master mean? Ji Yan immediately understood what Yun Chang was implying. Let's wait and see, maybe they won't be able to survive this time, but if they can, then we'll talk about it. And, we need to be careful this time, just put on an act and don't get caught up in this storm. Union Master is wise. On the other side, someone was also looking at Yang Kai with interest. After confirming that Yang Kai was the young man who had been captured by the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City, this person couldn't help laughing and quickly walking forward. A short time later, this person arrived next to War Spirit Temple's Temple Master Chao Guan. Temple Master, subordinate has something to report. Chao Guan was glaring at Yang Kai with a gloomy face and impatiently said, we'll talk later. Temple Master, this matter is related to the new Holy Master. The person quickly said. Chao Guan turned to look at him and nodded lightly. Yao Di, what do you want to say? The person called Yao Di quickly leaned over and whispered in Chao Guan's ear. If Yang Kai could pay attention to this person, he would definitely remember his appearance. When he encountered the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City, this person had appeared. Along with him were Su Qi of Bright Thunder Spirit Cult and Zhou Xing of Profound Heaven Alliance. Yun Xian had specifically mentioned the identities of these three to Yang Kai. Back then, the three of them had followed the coffin-carrying man all the way to Raging Fire City. Later, Yang Kai was captured by the coffin-carrying man and thrown into the mysterious small world where the ancient demon clan lived. When he came out, he went to Grand Boulder City and was recommended by Grand Boulder City's alchemy grandmaster, Du Wan, to join Bright Thunder Spirit religion, causing Su Qi to lose his life. Hearing Yao Di's description, Chao Guan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He exclaimed, really? Yao Di nodded heavily. It can't be wrong. This subordinate remembers his appearance. This is really interesting. Chao Guan grinned wickedly. It looks like this time I'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After capturing him, not only will I be able to obtain the inheritance of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, I may even be able to solve the mystery of the coffin-carrying man. Excited, he asked in a low voice, who else knows about this besides you? Yao Di frowned and pondered for a moment, that Ji Yan of Bold Independent Union should also recognize him. After all, he was also present when the incident happened. Bold Independent Union, there's nothing to fear. Keep an eye on them for me. If they dare leak this information, I'll deal with them myself, Chao Guan said disdainfully. Yao Di nodded quickly before turning his attention to Bold Independent Union. The most powerful master in Bold Independent Union was Union Master Yun Cheng, a third-order transcendent. They didn't even have a single Saint Realm master, so Chao Guan naturally didn't put such a force in his eyes. On this continent, only a force with a Saint Realm master at its helm could be considered powerful. Inside the Nine Peaks barrier, Su Hui sincerely said, I think you already know what happened to Saintess Nan. This was not my Holy Land's instigation. If you can withdraw now and not become enemies with my Holy Land will definitely compensate you for the damage Saintess Nan has caused. If you insist on becoming an enemy of my Holy Land, then we can only settle this once and for all. Compensate. You're willing to compensate for the lives of others. Zhang Ao saw many people retreating because of the appearance of the new Holy Master and immediately roared, Su Hui, have you really become senile? Since ancient times, a life for a life, or do you want to apologize with your life? Zhang Ao, don't go too far. Su Hui shouted angrily. Zhang Ao became even more rampant and laughed, I'm going too far. Clearly, it's your Nine Heavens Holy Land who is bullying others, not taking their lives seriously. We came here to seek justice. I've already given you justice, why are you still so aggressive? What justice? Why haven't I seen it? What this old master said just now is justice. We will solve the problem of Saintess Nan and compensate all the forces that have suffered damage because of her. Zhang Ao, you still insist on bewitching them into becoming enemies with my Holy Land. Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're plotting? Having his thoughts pointed out by Su Hui in front of so many people, Zhang Ao's eyes narrowed and he sneered, suddenly nodding, good, I believe what you said, but before you fulfill your promise, I think all of you who have come from afar will need some collateral. Even if I believe you, they won't believe you. What kind of collateral do you want? Su Hui frowned. Zhang Ao's eyes swept over Yang Kai and Enling her, grinning meaningfully as he said, your new holy master and saintess should come to my shattering mystical palace for a while. Until you solve the problem of the previous generation saintess, we'll take care of them. Hearing this, Chao Guan quickly echoed, good, Brother Zhang's proposal is good, my war spirit temple supports it. Great Elder can rest assured, the new Holy Master and Her Highness the Saintess will be properly arranged, we will absolutely not harm them. Standing to the side, Wizard Tribulation surprisingly didn't express any opinion, simply letting out a strange laugh. Wishful thinking. Su Hui was furious. Although the new Holy Master was young, he was still the symbol of the Holy Land. If he were to fall into the hands of another force and become a hostage, Nine Heavens Holy Land would become a laughingstock. At that time, Nine Heavens Holy Land would no longer have a foothold. What's more, Su Hui was well aware of Zhang Ao's intentions, so naturally he wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous request. Then there's no need for any nonsense. Zhang Ao's expression became violent as he shouted, just wait until we flatten your Nine Heavens Holy Land and avenge our dead relatives. With this shout, many people became agitated. Indeed, there's no need for any nonsense. Yang Kai took a deep breath and shouted, since we've already spoken, those who intend to reconcile with the Holy Land will naturally reconcile, those who do not are enemies. Saying so, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression filled with amazement as his eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd. There, two women were staring at him, one of them gnashing her teeth and muttering something while the other was staring at him blankly, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Yun Xian and Ruan Xanu. Yang Kai recognized them at once. After not seeing them for a few years, they still looked the same, but Yun Xian looked more and more like a young woman, her body exuding a mature charm while Ruan Xanu hadn't changed much. The only thing that had changed was the relationship between the two of them. In the past, they had been at odds with one another, but now they were as close as sisters. When their four eyes met, Yun Xian's heart trembled, instantly realizing that this person was definitely the one she had been thinking about day and night. Her expression and eyes became somewhat chaotic, and although she tried to conceal it cleverly, she couldn't hide it from Yun Xian's observation. "What do you think?" "I told you it was him," Ruan Xanu said bitterly. "That heartless bastard is still alive and well." Yun Xian's mind was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. If it weren't for this occasion, she would have rushed over and asked him why he hadn't contacted her even though he was still alive. But now, she didn't dare show her emotions. Seeing that Ruan Xanu was about to shout, Yun Xian quickly pulled her back. "It's not him, although it's very similar." Saying so, she turned around and walked away. Recognizing him at this time was definitely not a good time, it wouldn't be good for either him or her, so Yun Xian decided to ignore him. "Hey!" Ruan Xanu stopped in place and hesitated for a moment before hurriedly chasing after Yun Xian and angrily shouting, "How is it not him? It's clearly him, even if that little brat turned to ash I would still recognize him." "I said it's not him," Yun Xian said impatiently. Fine, if it's not him then it's not him, it's my fault for meddling in other people's business," Ruan Xanu said unhappily. Looking at the backs of the two women gradually disappearing into the distance, Yang Kai quickly regained his composure. Although he didn't know how Bold Independent Union had been implicated this time, he guessed it was because of Saintess Nan. "Little brat, you're really pitiful." Zhang Ao looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You may be the shortest holy master in the history of the Nine Heavens Holy Lands. Although your holy masters never lived long, you'll definitely break the record this time." "Really?" Yang Kai sneered softly. "I'd like to see just how you'll take my life." Yang Kai's reckless appearance not only didn't show any signs of panic, but instead appeared calm and indifferent, causing many people to find it difficult to accept. Suddenly, a burst of hot yuan qi burst out from Yang Kai's body and rushed out of the barrier, transforming into a giant golden sword several dozen meters long. One of the Nine Heavens' divine skills, Profound Heavenly Sword. At the same time, from one of the 9 peaks, a strange and surging energy suddenly burst forth, like a giant beast that had been awakened from its slumber, bringing with it a terrifying aura. Under the influence of the 9 peaks grand array, this aura and energy instantly merged with the Profound Heavenly Sword. In an instant, the several dozen meter long Profound Heavenly Sword expanded to several dozen meters in length, like a rainbow that cut through the sky, and slashed down towards Zhang Ao with astonishing power. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk space seemed to be torn apart as a series of sharp explosions rang out. The Profound Heavenly Sword was like a giant mountain falling down, causing many people to be unable to even think of resisting, their expressions changing greatly. Chapter 8:18. When the Profound Heavenly Sword first appeared, Zhang Ao didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high and he was using it through a barrier, so it wasn't a threat to a second-order saint like him. But when it inexplicably expanded, Zhang Ao immediately felt a dangerous aura wash over him. It was as if the power of the Profound Heavenly Sword had suddenly increased by several times. He simply couldn't ignore it. With a deep shout, Zhang Ao hurriedly tried to resist. Asterisk Hong, the giant sword fell and a golden light burst forth, blinding everyone's eyes. Even someone as strong as Zhang Ao was forced to lower his body and was almost knocked to the ground by this sword strike. Beside him, many of the shattering mystical palace cultivators who had been swept by this golden light were instantly annihilated without even leaving behind a single trace, as if they had never existed in this world. Everyone paled. No one had expected that just a moment ago, the new holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land, who seemed to want to reconcile with everyone, would in the blink of an eye kill them all. So resolute, so cold-blooded, and without hesitation. His face changed faster than one could flip a book. Roars and curses rang out from the shattering mystical palace's camp. The eyes of these cultivators who had lost their friends and family instantly turned red as the anger in their hearts was ignited, all of them glaring towards Yang Kai. The cultivators from War Spirit Temple and Netherworld sect retreated a few steps in horror as they felt the terrifying power contained in that strike. Seeing the damage caused by that sword strike, all of their faces turned ashen as they trembled all over, subconsciously wanting to find a safe place to hide. The formation suddenly became messy. The tremors of the earth spread out from underground, and the cultivator from the other forces who had been lured here wore complicated expressions. They were standing relatively far away, and Yang Kai's strike had been aimed at Zhang Ao, so it hadn't affected them. At this moment, they suddenly hesitated, not knowing whether they should continue to be enemies with Nine Heavens' holy land. The law of the jungle was an immutable truth. The previous generation saintess of Nine Heavens' holy land had indeed incited the wrath of the heavens, but if these people from Nine Heavens' holy land were telling the truth, then it had nothing to do with them. Furthermore, they had also said that they would compensate the powers that had suffered losses. In this world, there were very few forces like Nine Heavens' holy land who would admit their mistakes. If it had been any other great force, they would likely have just accepted their bad luck and simply ignored them. If they retreated now, not only would they be able to avoid more losses, they would also be able to obtain compensation from Nine Heavens' holy land. Perhaps they could even use this opportunity to establish some friendship with Nine Heavens' holy land. For a moment, many people hesitated. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, Wizard Tribulation, and the others were stunned for a moment, as if they were stunned by Yang Kai's attack. No matter how they imagined, none of them could have imagined that Yang Kai, who was only a second-order transcendent, could release such a tyrannical move. That blow was comparable to the full strength of a peak first-order saint, and although Zhang Ao managed to resist it, his arms were numb and his blood and qi were in turmoil. His face was flushed red, obviously not feeling well. As saints, they all felt that their lives were in danger under this kind of power, causing their eyes to tremble violently. Yang Kai, who had just released his profound heavenly sword, grinned towards Zhang Ao and slowly stretched out his hand. Above the place where the shattering mystical palace cultivator gathered, the world energy aura suddenly became extremely heavy, and after a brief moment of turbulence, a giant hand seal appeared high up in the sky. From another one of the 9 peaks, a mysterious force once again shot out. Under the support of this mysterious force, this giant hand seal became even thicker and more terrifying, obscuring everyone's vision, making it impossible to see any trace of light. Heaven-covering hand, a single hand that could cover the heavens. Zhang Ao finally recovered and joined forces with another Saint Realm Master from Shattering Mystical Palace, summoning their most prized artifacts and transforming into streaks of light that shot up into the sky. Xiao Xiao, 2 streaks of light pierced through the sky like bolts of lightning, piercing 2 holes in the giant hand seal. The giant hand seal that covered the sky suddenly showed a flaw and its momentum was greatly reduced, but it still continued to press forward. Hong, the earth shook violently as a giant palm print appeared on the ground outside the 9 Peaks barrier, occupying a radius of 1,000 meters. At least a dozen shattering mystical palace cultivator were unable to dodge in time and were crushed into meat paste on the spot, their deaths extremely miserable as the stench of blood filled the air. Fierce. A few kilometers away, Yun Cheng's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. So strong. Ji Yan, who was standing next to him, felt a chill run down his spine. Although he felt that Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with his, the kind of attack he had just used was not something a cultivator of his level could display. Ji Yan thought that if he had been standing there just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. By borrowing the power of this Nine Peaks Grand Array, he was able to enhance his attack several times over. Yun Cheng immediately understood. Yun Cheng saw through the mystery at a glance. Although Yang Kai had only taken action twice, each time there was a subtle connection between one of the peaks and his moves, so naturally this couldn't be hidden from Yun Cheng's observation. Sighing softly, Yun Cheng's eyes dimmed slightly. It seems my bold independent union really isn't suitable to get involved in this mess. Although bold independent union had many disciples, there were very few top masters, not even a single Saint Realm cultivator. Under such circumstances, Yun Cheng couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness and frustration, which only served to further stimulate his thirst for strength. What are you all waiting for? Break this barrier. Zhang Ao saw that many of his disciples had been killed or injured and roared angrily. Hearing this, the masters from Shattering Mystical Palace awoke from their stupor and quickly summoned their artifacts to attack the barrier. War Spirit Temple's Chao Guan also awoke from his stupor, the shock in his heart instantly disappearing as he hurriedly responded. Yang Kai laughed wildly as he stood alone at the edge of the barrier, constantly displaying his Nine Heavens divine skills. One after another, the peaks formed a wonderful connection with him, amplifying the power of his attack several times over. Carefree and unrestrained. Yang Kai had never experienced such a powerful burst of strength before. He could clearly feel how terrifying his attacks were after being enhanced. His attacks were almost comparable to those of a second-order saint. Having shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Kai no longer held back and went all out. After the profound heavenly sword and heaven-covering hand, Yang Kai also used the heaven-punishing spear, alluring heaven and imprisoning heaven chain. Yang Kai also used the grand heavenly shield, condensing a few drops of yang liquid to form a shield that directly covered the periphery of the barrier. After being amplified by the Nine Peaks, this giant golden shield was like an unbreakable barrier. No matter how the masters attacked, it remained impregnable. Yang Kai, with his own strength, not only did he not show the slightest sign of panic against all the cultivators from Shattering Mystical Palace's great forces, he even seemed to be handling them with ease. Su Hui and the others were all dumbfounded. Originally, they had been feeling a little uneasy in their hearts, not knowing whether or not they would be able to survive this crisis, but seeing how outstanding the performance of their new holy master was, all of them put down the heavy stone in their hearts and instead stood behind Yang Kai as if they were watching a good show, neither moving nor speaking, just standing there silently like bodyguards, seemingly bored to death. Zhang Ao continued to roar as he was completely enraged. Waving his hand, he threw out a handkerchief-shaped artifact. This handkerchief was engraved with many lifelike patterns of exotic beasts. It was unknown what material this handkerchief was made of, but it gave off a five-colored light and gave off a dense aura. Pouring his true essence into the handkerchief continued to expand as it fluttered in the air until it became incomparably huge, covering the barrier all of a sudden. The exotic beasts engraved on the handkerchief seemed to come to life as they rushed through the barrier without any hindrance, swaying their heads and wagging their tails mid-air before turning into sharp attacks that blasted towards Yang Kai. At the same time, Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple also summoned a long sword. This long sword transformed into a beam of light and followed the pattern of the strange beast on the handkerchief, breaking through the barrier and piercing towards Yang Kai's brow with an aura of death. The other masters from these two forces, as well as some of the hot-headed people who had participated in this battle, were also enraged, each of them condensing their own yuan qi and sending out a series of powerful attacks towards Yang Kai. These masters joined forces in an attempt to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. In their minds, Yang Kai had undoubtedly become the most dangerous character in this battle, and they all felt that as long as they could kill him, breaking through the barrier and destroying Nine Heavens' holy land would be a cinch. The mysteries of the Nine Peaks spirit array were all related to this new holy master, so obviously, as long as this new holy master had an accident, Su Hui and the others would not be able to resist. This was indeed the case. Without Yang Kai, Nine Heavens' holy land would not last long. The roars of the exotic beasts shook the heavens as they unleashed a series of attacks, each one of which could not be underestimated. All of these attacks were from Saint Realm and Transcendent Masters, each of them seemingly capable of blotting out the sky. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed no fear and didn't even try to dodge. Chapter 8:19. The Nine Peaks Barrier and Spirit Array were the result of countless years of painstaking efforts of the previous Holy Masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. These old Holy Masters were all third-order saints, so the arrangements they had made were naturally not bad. Besides the special methods used by Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and a few other Saint Realm Masters, few attacks could break through the Nine Peaks Barrier. If they couldn't break this barrier, there was no way they could fight the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land head-on. Realizing this, Chao Guan's face filled with unwillingness. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai just chuckled and snapped his fingers leisurely. No one knew what he meant by this action. But in the next moment, a series of screams rang out around Chao Guan as several dozen War Spirit Temple elites fell to the ground, dead, including 2 or 3 Transcendent Realm Masters. A huge panic spread in an instant and everyone couldn't help distancing themselves from Chao Guan. Even Chao Guan himself couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. No one knew what kind of method Yang Kai had used to silently kill several dozen War Spirit Temple elites in an instant. In front of everyone's eyes, he hadn't used any martial skills or artifacts, nor had he released his spiritual energy. It was as if this simple action of his was a death sentence. This kind of unknown method brought great panic to everyone, all of them worried that the next one to suffer would be them. Whether I have the ability or not, it's not up to you to decide, Yang Kai coldly snorted. He didn't want to use the soul-devouring insects that were lying dormant outside, but if he continued to fight like this, he would feel it would be very difficult. Yuan Qi had plenty of time to spare, but connecting his divine sense to the entire Nine Peaks spirit array consumed too much energy, so he could only use this method to deter his opponents. The soul-devouring insects could kill any cultivator below the Saint Realm, so killing several dozen people was naturally a piece of cake. Yang Kai didn't release too many either. These insects weren't very obedient, and not all of the cultivator who came here were determined to become enemies with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. If he really wanted to kill all of them, it would be difficult to end the situation. What's more, he also saw Yun Xian and Ruan Xan here. It would be bad if there were any accidental injuries. Panic was still spreading. After the Hall of Heroic Souls lost a few dozen elites, no one dared to make any rash moves. All of them looked at Yang Kai with an extremely shocked expression. Light flickered in their eyes, and their feelings were extremely complicated. The strength and means displayed by Yang Kai had deeply shocked everyone, making them realize that even if they could capture Nine Heavens' Holy Land this time, they would have to pay a heavy price. Wizard Tribulation, why haven't you made a move yet? Zhang Ao suddenly turned his head and roared in one direction. In that direction, Tribulation, the wizard of the Ghost Sect, stood quietly. He had no intention of interfering from the beginning to the end. Wrapped in a green aura, he stood there like an outsider. The wizard Tribulation chuckled. I'm just looking for an opportunity. Then did you find it? Zhang Ao asked in a deep voice. Tribulation, the wizard shook his head slowly. I'll settle this account with you later. Zhang Ao coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. From the beginning, it was his shattering mystical palace and heroic soul's temple who were fighting Yang Kai. Although there were some hot-headed masters who were willing to help, most of them seemed to be watching from the sidelines. Moreover, Yang Kai's attacks were directed towards the two forces, not even bothering to attack anyone else. This made Zhang Ao realize that there was no chance to capture Nine Heavens' Holy Land today. If this continued to drag on, once the people's morale dropped, Nine Heavens' Holy Land might even counterattack. That old dog Su Hui was not a vegetarian. After dealing with him for so many years, Zhang Ao and Su Hui knew each other very well. I'll let you enjoy yourself for a few more days. This old master will come back to exchange pointers with you some other day. Next time, you won't be so lucky, Zhang Ao said coldly, waving his hand and leading the shattering mystical palace people to quickly withdraw. Next time, if anyone dares to come, we won't be so polite, Yang Kai sneered. So arrogant. Ji Yan, who had witnessed the entire battle from a few kilometers away, couldn't help sighing. He's still young and full of vigor. Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yunqing chuckled. Let's go, there's nothing for us to do here today, let's withdraw first. And Ji Yan nodded and followed Yunchang's pace. Standing at the edge of the barrier, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense, searching for a certain figure in the crowd, a moment later transmitting his divine sense to him. The young man who was retreating with the crowd paled and hurriedly concealed himself before hurriedly leaving. A short time later, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind only a pool of blood and corpses. Yang Kai let out a soft breath, feeling a little tired. The Holy Land's elders and protectors, on the other hand, looked as if they had just won a great battle, each of them in high spirits as they stared towards Yang Kai, their faces filled with worship and respect. Holy Master, can I call you that now? Su Hui said as he observed Yang Kai's reaction, and after discovering that he didn't try to deny it, he couldn't help feeling relieved and smiling. Holy Master is really not an ordinary person. In just a few days you were able to connect your spiritual force with the 9 peaks. This Su is truly impressed. Yuying nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. I thought the Holy Land would not be able to escape today, but I never expected it would be so easy to force them back. Don't be too optimistic. Yang Kai frowned. Today they underestimated the strength of the Holy Land, which is why they suffered such a big loss. Next time, they won't be so easy to deal with. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, Su Hui asking, with Holy Master here, with the assistance of the 9 peaks alone, we should be able to resist them. Why, how could I possibly have such great ability? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You may not know, but the power of the 9 peaks is not inexhaustible. I only realized this after establishing a connection with the 9 peaks today. Ah. What do you mean? Su Hui and the others were shocked. At most, I can only use the same amount of power I used today before the mysterious power contained in the 9 peaks is completely drained. At that time, it will no longer be able to provide any amplification to my attacks. On top of that, once the power of the 9 peaks is exhausted, the barrier and spirit array will collapse on its own, Yang Kai explained in a deep voice. Everyone suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Today, they were able to force Zhang Ao back entirely because of the 9 peaks. Without them, Yang Kai would still be just a second-order transcendent. Coupled with the 6 Saint Realm Masters present, how could they resist so many people and forces? However, after today's battle, I think half of the people who were enticed by them will probably leave. After all, no one is willing to become enemies with a force that may rise again, Yang Kai analyzed secretly. Half is good, if the rest dare to come, they will truly become enemies with my holy land. And, next time, I won't hold back, Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai sneered. In this battle, he had only attacked War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace, not even targeting Netherworld's sect who had been biding their time. This was to create a clear message for these people that if they did not become enemies with the Holy Land, they would not be attacked. Knowing that Yang Kai had sent them this message, they still chose to attack, which could only mean that they wanted to destroy the Holy Land. How are the arrangements for the disciples coming along? Yang Kai asked. Everything has been arranged properly. Su Hui nodded, but soon became uneasy and hesitant. Holy Master, are we really going to give up on the 9 peaks for the time being? Yang Kai nodded. I've already reached an agreement with the monster race Great Senior. There is no way we can go back on our word now. The Holy Land should avoid direct confrontation for now and let the monster race deal with those people. If they die, they will only blame the monster race. Otherwise, the Holy Land will make many enemies. And, Su Hui nodded sadly. This time, no matter what, the Holy Land would not have an easy time. If they stayed and fought with those people, if they won, they would create countless grievances, which would be detrimental to the Holy Land's development. If they lost, not only would they suffer heavy losses, they may even lose their foundation. Moreover, judging from the strength and numbers of the other side, it was very likely they would lose. If that was the case, it would be better to withdraw temporarily, bide their time, and leave this mess to the monster race to clean up. In any case, humans and monsters were enemies, so it didn't matter how many people the monster race killed. Holy Master, I still want to ask, where is the place you said could accommodate thousands of disciples? Su Hui looked at Yang Kai eagerly. I'll tell you when I'm done. Yang Kai chuckled. Good, you go inform the disciples first and prepare to evacuate. I'll be going out first. Going out at this time. Su Hui was taken aback but didn't ask what Yang Kai was going to do, simply saying, let Elder Yuing and the others accompany you. No need, if they withdraw now, they won't be back for a while. I'm just going to see someone, there's no danger, that's all. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight, even their divine senses unable to detect him. Flickering heavenly shadow. The only movement divine skill in the 9 heavens divine skills. Su Hui and the others looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly, none of them knowing who Yang Kai would go out to see at this critical juncture. A few dozen kilometers away, the many forces and cultivator who had attacked 9 heavens holy land returned, each of them wearing gloomy expressions. Many of them were contemplating whether or not they should get involved in this muddy water. Facing the once behemoth 9 heavens holy land, so many of them had joined forces to barely contend with it. If they failed this time and allowed 9 heavens holy land to turn the tables on them, what awaited them would be endless retaliation. This kind of revenge, how could they, who were not considered to be powerful forces, withstand? He was afraid that it would disintegrate in an instant. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were particularly unhappy. Inside one of the tents, the two of them and the wizard Tribulation sat down, each of them pointing their spears at the wizard, cursing him for only watching the show today and not helping, causing the two of them to lose a lot of face. The wizard Tribulation didn't seem to care, simply chuckling wickedly, causing Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to become even angrier. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.